I told them to come at 7, I guess that was.
You told them at 7?
Well, I thought it was overly optimistic.
No, because we still even have to do, all right, well, let's, what's first up, Tricia? I'm calling the June, meeting to order. Stissing Center is first up on the agenda. So site plan amendment.
Good evening, everyone. Representative Beatty, Executive Director, Stissing Center. Hopefully.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yes. Thank you for letting us know. She's sassy. You should have received all of the materials by now. Hopefully you've had a chance to look it over. Doug Larson, our architect, is here in person to answer any questions you have based on the materials that were submitted to you. So Doug.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll just note that, they have requested a spreadsheet. So that's in the materials there. So that's sort of a new, submission. It sort of gives you the sequence of the applicant, the times we've been before you. A solid circle shows you things that have been approved in the first submission. And open circle, the requested modification that checks our approval. So this last column, I think we talked last time about the things we'd like to do that are different. And we also added these renderings, which are slightly different than what you saw last time. We've developed the rear a little bit more. We have the rear entrance, and a staircase covered in a translucent material fire escape. And we put a mural on the back. Last time we just had sort of a graphic. So we'd like to put a mural back here that might change. So Brett has some ideas about that. So those are the two differences from our last application, the spreadsheet and some tweaks to the rear. All the plans remain the same. The parking remains the same. And I think the last meeting, there was a pack agenda and I think maybe we didn't really do anything. I think now is the chance to sort of see what you have to say and we'll take any direction from you folks on what we need to come back with.
There was a question last time about the sign in front.
So in fact, we've decided to remove, actually, I should have mentioned, we decided not to do that. We're just gonna put, right now, there's temporary plywood on the front. So when we take that plywood off, there's no railing whatsoever on that staircase. We're just gonna put a gridded railing back like the ones inside. So we won't have any marquee. We won't be advertising our shows there anymore.
And the picture is there, Doug. Bottom right hand corner.
Yeah, right here, we photoshopped.
Right, so there'd be nothing at ground level in front of that.
Yeah, so we took away those sort of those.
The graphic
side-
wall
yeah.
thing over.
So we're gonna rely on our banners and so that we get people in the door. So we'll put something more transparent there, so you'll see the steps, there, it won't be a solid wall. The bulk of the rear structure is service spaces, dressing rooms, backstage, so it needs to be. That's mostly dark. So
The timeline remains roughly October until it's finished.
I think we have some substantial donations. I think we need to raise a little bit more to do everything. But we'd like to start this fall with some preliminary work and go right through the winter. So the funding and the project development are sort of going lockstep. And we knew we needed to come back to you, so. This is just part of the. Framework approval, funding and construction. Going.
I have a question, guys. So now there's not the stairs going down, you were gonna put like a pergola or something over it. So now that's not shown here. So now we're
We
doing,
put the old one back, the one that we got approved in 2016. Because
so that will go over to the fence?
That's right. Actually, the fence is.
Because this really is not a really good, I mean, the fence is there. And that-
I could try to point on.
Okay.
We can't, unfortunately, because of the issue. So if you just show us.
So,
I'll try.
So there'll be stairs out
exactly.
front coming down from the side door, right? Stairs down.
And stairs here too, you can't see them in perspective. This fence would be right on the lot line. Our current fence is not on the lot line.
So there's gonna be stairs here and stairs here.
Just like there is now, only they'd be closer to Stissing.
What are you?
All right, so they should be in there.
Yes, they're right here. So it's a little confusing because.
Yeah.
Our lot line is right here. This, dash, dot, dash is our lot line. The current, split rail fence up there is this line. So we put the fence there so that people wouldn't fall into the hole now, which is
Yeah,
here. The hole is now here, it's not on the lot line. So, when we build this porch, we need to move the steps out to here, to the lot line. So there would be a little past the split rail fence that's there now. So the steps that are there now would not be hugging the building, they'd be.
Is that your split rail fence or is this,
We put in part of it
okay,
to protect people from falling.
okay.
This dissing house came and matched to it, even though it's not on the lot line.
Oh, I see.
So they made an assumption that our fence was on the lot line, which was incorrect. assumption.
So the original approval, was there a variance or like what happened? Like, how did we get the porch all the way up to the lot line like that?
The porch isn't up there, and this is just steps. The structures end here. This is just steps into a lower level.
Doesn't make
So not really,
The steps go down, like, those that are near the lot.
Right.
Go down. The steps on the, just to the building go up.
I have a question. You're saying we previously approved the porch,
Mhm.
but then the last revision, we approved a pergola. To me, that says the porch was not happening. I'm very confused reverting back to the plan from 2015, 18, whenever the last,
16?
16.
16. That's
Right, they're going, so what happened was they were going to have the porch, then it was too expensive, and that's when they ended up. After years, they decided to go with the pergola thing,
Right.
and then, but now apparently. Somehow, the funding's gotten better, now they wanna do the porch.
And the pergola was really a way to keep water out of,
Right, but now
The
it looks like you're changing the windows.
yes. That was in the original approval, was to change the.
So all
I
these
don't
things in the original approval though,
I
but
don't
being
know.
we approved other things and they haven't been acted upon, they have to be reapproved for them, that's correct, right? No.
Because
And Drew, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I hear you. So steps that go down to a basement, where does that fall into as far as side yard setbacks?
I believe the definition is measured to a wall.
So in your opinion, they would not need a variance for that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, keep going.
so,
Any other questions on that?
well. So, and now this is all doors and
That would be an entrance to the lobby entrance. So part of the reason we need to do this rear addition is not only for backstage space.
so this is new.
We always had an entrance there in the previously approved,
Yeah,
Here it is,
much,
right here. This was,
right, but it was only like one door, right?
yeah, and some glass here.
Yeah.
So
Not,
we have
not
this-
like this.
We have this strange shape because of the setback. So it zigzags. You can see zigzag 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Because the setback line went like this. But the setback's been relaxed.
Okay, so, and now what about this? Is this gonna be parking here?
Yes, 2 handicap spots. Which need a certain amount of paving to meet handicap code. But the rest of the lot stays gravel because our septic system is under
Right,
gravel.
so. Oh, that's out back.
Yeah, exactly.
So we
So-
approved them moving the spaces to the side, so these are new spaces technically.
These are.
Yeah,
But
those would
it's
be,
gonna be this as long as the back.
This is just a rendering. You need to look at the. site
Yeah,
plan.
that's what's so confusing because you look at the front of this. Or the front There was another picture.
The renderings are to show the sort of massing of the materials.
Yeah, but
Here's the
that's
site.
very confusing because then if we approve this and it's really not this, then you say it's this and it's really, it gets very confusing having it done, to me anyway.
Well, the drawings are what? Right, we approve, we don't approve pictures, we approve that,
Okay.
So there's the
Yeah.
two spots, right?
right?
Okay.
But even. what is- That's different from what I have, and this is the last thing that I got in my hand.
That's, let's see, site plan amendment 6/5/2023. What's the date on yours?
4/26/23.
That's the prior submission.
So this is what we were approving
Previously,
previously,
but it's
but
changed to that.
now it's changed.
We gave you a new submission, right? Couple
Okay.
weeks ago.
Right, it came,
All right, so we basically approved this.
no.
Yes, okay, all right.
They, this is what they gave us, they came to us
Okay, I
in
got
the,
it.
in the May meeting.
All right,
Oh, by the way, just to clean up something, I forgot in the confusion with the connection, Steve and Kate are refusing from this application due to their connections to the Sissing Center.
So I have a question. I wonder if you could talk us through the aesthetic for the choice of materials and massing in relation to the existing structure.
Existing structure, right? I think, from the beginning, the structure was this big red block with a mansard roof that was very sort of formidable. And
excuse me, I just have to say, it was a beautiful old brick building. Just saying,
so
okay,
we, the structure could not support the programs that we needed to do. It couldn't support the mechanical system. So this mansard roof can't really support any air conditioning units or anything like that. And we didn't have enough room in the building to have fire stairs and elevators. So from the beginning, we thought, let's put some additions on. And let's have those additions be simple and clean and not mimic, a historic building with columns and flutes and all that stuff. So it's a pretty utilitarian building. So we started with the idea that the additions would be mostly glass, you could see through them. And that they would accommodate contemporary function, handicap lifts, fire stairs, things like that. And our mechanical units are up here behind this mechanical screen. So we have to do the same thing on the back. And the back structure is largely back of house space. If you see normal theater buildings, usually the back has a fly space. And it's a very, very tall, plain windowless box. So the rear in our old design,
I don't have the renderings, but
this is a previous submission. Do you have the current?
I don't have the new one. No. Stand by.
I'm about to look for them.
Do you want me to pull it from me?
Unless you can find it and email it to me. No, stand by. There we go. Yeah, it's this, there we go.
There you go, yep. So the existing building has this sort of water table of concrete. And that's what we did on the front. We matched that. And then from above, we went to storefront and steel. The original design here was to do storefront and steel in the back. But when we realized that we needed to move some of the functions, the dressing rooms used to be in the basement, move them back here, the backstage space. We need a structure that's largely windowless here, except for a staircase could have windows on it. So the materials that I've always thought would be most appropriate to add onto a historic building, which is, part of the Secretary of Interior standards, is to put an addition on that's of its time. So that we have this old building, but we're putting things on it that are of its time, and that's sort of the Secretary of Interior standards are that if you're going to add to a building, you should do it in a idiom that's appropriate to the current stage of architectural design.
So what is the striated material on either side of this material here? On either side of this mural?
That would be metal panels.
And the same with this up here?
Yes, and that's the elevator bulkhead, yes. And then we would put more mechanical screen up here to hide this package units. There's probably gonna be 4 package units on the roof. These 2 right now are down here on a temporary platform and they're conditioning the auditorium.
Right.
So we purchased them knowing we needed to heat cool that space and couldn't afford the rear addition. So we did a temporary mechanical platform. So we would move those off, build the rear addition and then move them up to the roof where they belong. And we'll probably have 1 more here. If these just do the auditorium, but we need at least 2 more.
And then what's behind the mural? What if the mural were to not happen? What would we be looking at?
More corrugated, more striated metal.
So the mural would be going on top of the striated metal?
We would plan the building as something that could be, that's smooth, that could have graphics applied to it.
Mhm.
And right behind it, this is backstage, so that needs to be dark. And these are the dressing rooms, which also need to be dark. The material we'd like to use for the staircase is something called Calwall, which is a translucent material that kind of glows at night with the lights inside the staircase. There would be a little bit of ambient light back there in the parking lot, which is very dark.
And then is that concrete below that?
Yes, from here down, yeah.
So how high is that roughly?
It's the same height as it is on the front. It's just over door height. So a door is 6'8" and we have about a little over a foot of concrete to span the lintel over the door. So it's almost exactly the same amount of concrete as in the front.
So you did not once look at the comprehensive plan for the town and
So
on buildings. You went with just what the interior, what did you call it? The
Secretary of Interior
interior,
standards, yeah.
you've gone with them and not what the town was.
Well, we looked at the comprehensive plan from Douglas County Planning about having a law.
But our town comprehensive plan,
I did look at it, yeah.
oh, but briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Also, I have to say, the banners, when you took the banners off of the front, and at night, it looks so much better without those banners. It looked like a very plain, beautiful, simple building. And not all the banners that hang. Which originally you said were going to be able to be rolled up when there was nothing going on. They were never rolled up. 4 of them, and now you're looking at 6 more of them. This is not Broadway, this
There's
is,
only 2 of them present on the building at this time. and
At
there
this
have
time.
Only been 2 for the
no,
last
there have
2
been
years.
4.
There were 4 for 5 months and they came down 4 years ago. They did.
And in these pictures, it shows banners over here. And I'm not gonna argue with you, Stacy, but because it's not a.
No.
But I'm just saying that, when we originally questioned, here's 1, 2, 3. So when this picture was taken, there were 4 of them.
I can't remember what, we could pull out the
Yeah.
record and see what we said. I don't remember ever saying that we're gonna take them down, but.
You
my
were
way of
going
thinking-
to roll them up, because I remember that, because even Jack said that.
They can be rolled up. They can be, but.
I can tell you at night with the lighting inside, it looks 100% better without these banners. And it fits more in the town.
So to my way of thinking, banners are a way of adding excitement to the streetscape and something's going on here. And this is a town where things are happening and it's exciting. Come check out what's going on in this building.
Well, okay, fine. And because you're gonna put even more up. When you first talked about these and they went up, you flatly said to me they were excused, we can do those. According to section something of,
I think the question is, are they signs or not? That was the question.
well. And. You know, okay, that's my opinion on.
So
So,
if the statistics center promised something that they're not delivering on, let's pull the minutes and see what it says.
And therein lies the complexity of this project. That's my biggest, I
Yep.
greatly appreciate the new director coming and saying, we're gonna do all of this at once instead of piecemealing it. I understand why it was piecemeal because there's no funding and community project. But I looked at every recorded meeting, both on the town website and through Stan's page. And this is extremely confusing to me, still. I love the project.
yeah,
It's a great idea. But there's just,
So as far as confusing as to what was approved and what was previous, I mean, what the confusion, I mean, we have the plan that they're asking for now. right?
yes,
So the confusion is just what's happening with the other things that were approved and then not used or.
the plan that was presented, that's on the screen now. From this month. Has a lot of previously approved. A lot of those things have been done, but some of them have not been fulfilled. To what revision were they approved and not fulfilled? And do we continue to say that it's approved use or it's approved by the planning board as part of the site plan?
Can we pull this up? This is what remember, we asked them to make this to help us with that.
Yeah, that's on the same email right now.
Yeah, it's a-
Yeah, I can scroll down if needed.
So what, this is the key, the key is the open circle is modifications requested. The black circle is approval obtained, check mark modifications approved, and dash no change.
Mhm.
I can take you down line by line if you'd like.
Please.
The zoning code, check, we have our general sheet that shows you the zoning compliance.
Mhm.
So we submitted that here and we're approved. The zoning changed a few years ago, which those setbacks in town were relaxed from 40 feet to 20 feet.
Mhm.
So we're resubmitting with a 20-foot rather than 40-foot. So that's why that's being resubmitted. Landscape and utilities plan. We had submitted all of that in 2016. In 18, we purchased the lot next door and we relocated the utilities, so that was approved.
yeah, but the landscaping on the rest of the project was never done.
And that's because we still need to dig
So
up.
that landscape now would not be the same. It would have to be redone because this whole project is being changed. So it would mean a new landscape,
The bulk of is unchanged and the utilities, the only part that
but we still need it wherever it is. I have not seen it and
the
So
part
that-
we acquired was the house,
Mhm.
two parking spaces, a tree and a fence around utilities. So that's what would change, but it's not changing, it's staying the way it is. The fence around the utility fenced area.
But what around the rest of the building? There was landscaping around the back, I believe, at the time. And some out front.
Yeah, so that's all, none of that's would be unchanged, would be changed. It's on the previous landscape plan.
But it wasn't done.
It wasn't executed, but it was on the landscape plan.
And that's my argument. If it wasn't fulfilled for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter. Can we allow I guess this is a Warren question, do we allow a site plan that was approved 6 years ago, 7 years ago? Something wasn't done, do we say that's a continued allowance of the site plan, or do they have to resubmit it on
Yeah,
now
they're in
this?
violation of the site plan. They haven't complied with their site plan.
Right,
Well, the complexity there is
Yeah.
we have to excavate for tree additions, so we wouldn't put in plantings and then excavate. Remove.
understood.
So when does
But-
that reset?
Going in, so
When do you hit the point where, oh, you haven't done what's on the site plan and therefore it is not approved anymore? Like where does?
I mean, that's an enforcement issue. You have site plan approval. And there's I don't remember the resolution, but there's a certain amount of time you have to comply with what's been approved. If they haven't approved it, they're in violation of the site plan. But I'm as confused as you are about this, probably more.
Is that a Drew question? When would he be enforced? Because he's the one that would be enforcing it. I would guess a year, but I'm not the zoning enforcement officer.
One way to deal with an issue like that, and being that they're back in front of us again, they may be able to do it. I understand the position, right? I mean, you're gonna plant something and then dig it up, right? But if it's on the plan and it's approved, that's a violation, right? Unless we phase it. So if there was what was phasing, that was approved. That said, this will ultimately happen, but phase B happens only after phase A, right?
Right.
Phase C can happen at the same time as D, E can happen here. So again, if it was explained and approved via phasing, that gets you around those complexities and scheduling conflicts and whatnot.
So we have
It's all
a,
approved as this is what's happening on, then it's a violation.
But that's been hard
This
for
may
even-
be an opportunity to
but
move that out.
here's a question I have for the board. So if they're going to do the landscape, once they're done with all this, they get this done in one shot, if they, assume that for the moment. And then they put in the landscaping that they want, put it on this plan. Is there an issue?
Not if we have
Not
it on,
particularly.
not if we have it on the plan. Like we
Fair,
require
I mean,
anybody
fair
else
enough,
to do.
like that. Sound good to the applicant? I mean,
Yeah, we would just pull forward the planting that
Okay.
was on the plan in 2016 and put it on these plans here.
right. You didn't have a problem with that.
No,
So,
I
yeah,
just,
so, okay.
just that we don't,
You want to see it on this plan?
right, like it's
Okay.
on this checklist. You know,
It's just
like
that the
it's-
last time we came before.
I'm not
you asked us to
asking
remove
them
vegetation.
to do anything else that we don't ask anyone else to do when it comes to landscaping or whatever.
We did submit a full application last time and we were asked to remove things. And just only show what we were changing.
What do you mean, Les? In April, you mean?
Yes.
So on the April one, the landscaping was on there?
No,
No, it was this application.
Oh, okay.
This application we were asked to remove.
Okay.
So I'm
I
happy to.
don't think
try-
you were
yeah.
asked to remove it. Oh, okay.
Well,
He's
because
talking about-
this was a phase of your development. By the time the third site plan revision came to us, you had no intention at that point, correct me if I'm wrong. You had no intention of going through with the development of the entire building at that point. It was just
You were
another
waiting- we were
piecemeal
waiting
to
for
get a
funding.
couple, yeah, to get a few things
Right.
done. Which makes sense at that time.
And I'm not interested in litigating what happened. I want
Right.
to
Yeah,
move
right.
forward.
All right.
Okay, so I can keep going through the list.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So we would, so these are the changes we'd like to do. We already did all this, we already did this,
right.
additional parking in the rear, that's the next one.
Oh, wait, I have one other question. On the next one is the new sign for the entrance to parking. It's not on any of the,
That's the 18, that's the 22 application that was already approved.
Yeah,
So there's
but
no,
it should be on these, right?
well, this is where we get.
I mean,
into
it's
things that
been
show-
approved, but we were waiting for Drew about the siding.
It's
of
not
it.
there yet, right?
It's not
No.
there yet.
No, it's not there, but
But this is where you get into the debate.
This is
show
when we
everything
don't
again,
know
And then we
then.
just show what we're asking for. I mean, I can put everything back on the plan.
Well-
Last meeting, it was confusing because everything was on there and
oh,
people were
I-
saying
think
that
that
you
was-
just put
Okay.
what you're adding. So they took all of those things off and came with just what they're adding. I don't know if you were here or, I don't know.
We can ask, once you got the site plan settled, any changes that we ask for, whatever, then you can have like another sheet with, okay, this is the complete, with
well, there
everything
should
added
be a
back in.
complete
But I'm s-
one for
right,
our-
but we don't want to confuse the issue of this is already approved and being acted upon versus what we're asking for.
But I find it confusing because it's not anywhere
understand.
here.
So there
And
should be like a master, like this is what
Right.
we're adding everything into kind of.
So when they come back, they go, well, that was approved. And we all kind of go, oh, okay.
Okay,
That's That's the only reason why I'm asking for it, to be honest.
And this matrix should help.
Well,
Right.
that's what
Go through
caught my
Sounds to me
attention.
like we should just start over again. Just give you everything and just forget about the matrix and just give you the whole.
Well,
Or somebody.
Let's go through this.
somebody
let's just
from
keep
the
going
board
through
say,
this. Yeah,
If we're just being argumentative.
well, we might need both. But all right, let's,
Okay, so parking at the rear, that's the
Same.
2 additional spaces. The lighting plan, because the rear addition changed, we were gonna put different lighting around the back of the addition. So that's what this is. The civil plans are unchanged. We had the calculations when we came back in 2022, we talked about, do we need new civil plans? No, the drainage is pretty much the same. We already have our dry wells in place. So that's pretty much unchanged. Architectural plans,
does anything change with the porch? The civil plan wise?
no, the dry wells were designed to take the runoff from the additions, the 3 additions, of which we only did 1. So the other dry wells are in place.
Yeah.
So these 4 boxes are basically the revised footprint because of the 20-foot setback. The revisions to the interior, which is putting a gallery up in the attic, having some open office space in the attic, and having a slight changing the community room to another venue and moving the dressing rooms out of the basement into the backstage space. The front steps, putting a railing on the front steps and not doing the sandwich board bags. And then remove the interim basement and reapply for that. The porch from the first submission. So that's the architectural changes, and all of those are on those drawings. We added these lines for Dutchess County planning approval because it was referred twice. And the county came back and said it's a matter of local jurisdiction. We got the DOT right of way approval for the front steps at the first time. So we actually have an easement and we need to pay them a yearly rent for that space. And even though the rest of
More
Pine
than
Plains
good
doesn't,
about that.
we do. And then we have easements with Stissing House for use of the parking lot, their parking lot, and use of their lawn for construction purposes. So I think I submitted those documents with this application. So it's the open subjects that we're coming for you to ask for revision.
We'll just probably just need those attached to this one too, the easements, and just for the paperwork, because I'm sure Warren wants that attached. Wait, just go back right down we'll have to submit it to Dutchess County anyway. I'm sure they'll say the same thing, but go ahead. I just wanted to remember.
Yeah, so that's a summary in a matrix form of what we're requesting with this application.
I saw. What is it? It says here, performance date on these, these are just, are you looking to install some of these higher, color temperature lights? The higher than 3,000, 35, 4,000?
More than 3,000 Kelvin.
Okay,
They're
just listed on this is an information sheet?
It's because they were on the front, they were already approved for the front porch, we never put them on.
Okay,
And then we would need similar ones for that back mural. The mural we were just.
but they won't be more than 3,000.
They won't be cooler than 3,000.
Okay.
So we're happy to bring before you whatever you need brought before you. If you'd like us to just compile all the drawings into a new submission as if it's a new project, we can do that. I think the process is still the same, right? We need to go through what you'd like to see. And
Well,
have a
this-
public hearing and then.
Well, I think this is helpful, having this kind of grayed out look here. But I mean, it's mainly on the exterior you're worried about, and just understanding how everything fits together, Vicky.
I do have one other question.
That,
Can I ask?
of
About
course,
all the lighting that has been approved, that from day one, around the top, around the sides, everything, you're still gonna use all of that. And adding the rest of the,
Yes.
okay.
And everything's gonna be. Whatever, downcast
Nice
and
warm
dark
light.
sky,
Right.
whatever. Where do these go? These that are like boxes?
Oh, those are down, those are like billboard lights. They like the banners and the murals.
Facing them. Okay, so. What's steps forward on this? We need to, George, you need to look over. The, maybe have a comment letter on anything, or
I mean,
did you look this over
honestly,
yet?
there's not a lot of what I would call hard engineering
Right,
revisions here for me to sink my teeth into.
all just aesthetic
Or
as
just,
far as, or,
you know, more cataloging and making sure you guys are aware of what was approved, what you're currently, you know, looking at.
The matrix.
Warren, is there anything else you want to see from the
I
applicant?
think the application should really include everything that wasn't approved that hasn't been done and resubmit the, you know.
They brought that last time and we told them that, just take it out.
We wanted to strip it out so we could see exactly what they're asking for now.
Enforcement that are violations, which we don't want.
Right. So,
Because everything that was approved is still approved. Right, so,
Right.
so I guess that's the,
well, that's
And
what
that
Warren
was-
was saying, we
well,
didn't,
that was the thought last time anyways, and that's why there was this idea of, okay, well then let's put that to a side, because we're not reimagining or thinking of that, we're just looking at what they're asking for new, so I mean,
Right.
that has changed and that's different, but.
because I mean, you have like the porch, where we previously approved, and they came back and said something different, and then now they're going back to the porch.
Mhm.
I think it wouldn't require a lot of thought on our part to reapprove that.
Right, everyone liked the porch back when it was. Back then, the front, it makes it easier not having that thing in the front, I'll tell you that was somewhat controversial. Put it that way.
More of that video.
And what's that, Vicky?
Nothing.
And the stuff in the back is all just. Gotta
You
have
want
it.
to open
Gotta have
the
it.
windows?
Yeah, it's in the back.
It was, we couldn't hear, at least I couldn't. Is it one behind you?
Mike, is it a question of just agreeing to the current modifications and then having a final complete set of plans that is just.
Right, so I figured we concentrate on any sort of changes we want to these new things that they're saying. And then we have a whole set, okay, now add it back in. Let's see everything as a complete thing, right? Because we don't want to be, and like now we see, okay, this is everything, yeah, this is what
Which
was,
includes the landscape.
right. Does that sound like an acceptable way forward, Vicky?
Yeah, sounds fine.
More of a scope of work.
It's kind of hard because,
Right,
Yeah.
you know, Kate is, we have 3 people that are excluded. and-
no, Dick, are you?
Oh, you're
No,
not
no.
excluded, sorry,
He just Kate, and so what, so yes.
no, I, you know, I just think it's a hard situation for some of us because, you know, they're not gonna say anything, they're not gonna,
Okay,
yeah, I'm fine. I think it's a great project, I think they have great things there.
And I think we should reward that idea with
Yeah.
approval of these changes.
Well, yeah, but I think that what we make everyone else do that comes in front of us, I think they have to do it also.
but, I mean, we're gonna follow our site plan approval process and have the requirements that is required in
And I
the
think
statute.
tonight we are.
And so we need a public hearing to schedule for this?
Are you ready for a public hearing? You think? And we have a set of plans we can send to county planning.
No,
No? Yes or no? What do you think?
oh, right.
Well, we have,
They have all the previous stuff. We can look at this and say, Here are the changes.
Doesn't it make sense just to incorporate these modifications into the previously approved plans and create one final set of plans?
But I'd like to see.
And that's what
Yeah,
was
that's
presented at a public.
I agree.
Into the fold.
But I mean, we're not gonna suggest any changes to any of this that they're approving. I mean, that they're looking to get approval for. If that's the case, then. I mean, they took away that thing, that's good.
I just had a question about this staircase here, which looks a little hokey, sorry, the language, but it just doesn't look very substantial. And I was just wondering if, I mean, it's just a very minor point, it's not a big deal, but I was just wondering if that step wall could be treated differently. Maybe not have that wall, just have the staircase exposed, or it just doesn't, that element doesn't seem very consistent with the rest of the
I'm just
design.
thinking about maybe putting a covering over it like there's like a roof. That is our main egress. The auditorium has 3 means of egress.
Yeah.
And that's one of the 3. It's a straight shot. Out to the parking lot.
Right. So the egress is fine, it's more just the treatment of this wall element, which doesn't really speak to
The traffic kind of comes around the bend there, so we kind of want to protect the staircase a little bit.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I could,
or maybe slope the wall. I don't know. Small point.
So. So you would, before we set a public hearing, do you want that complete thing with this little bit of changes, or?
I think it should be brought up to speed with everything that has been previously approved and hasn't been done. And get reapproval of everything in one shot, that we have. So here, I mean, I've sat through so many of these meetings, you know,
Well-
busy listening.
Well, if they get it to us before. So we asked to set the public hearing and then they have a month to get that to us and then
When are you doing the public hearing?
well, oh, that's a good that's a problem. What is? No, because, well, we have to, part of our agenda is we have to schedule a July meeting and we have no idea when, because like everyone is on vacation and everything, so we gotta figure that out. So when we do that scheduling talk, we will then work to schedule a public hearing. And, oh, that is right, because it's short, because we're this.
Yeah, it's only 3 weeks to our regular meeting.
All right, so why don't we? You're not doing your regular meeting?
I think most of us are on vacation.
We have to have some sort of meeting, but. We have to have a meeting sometime in July, but it's not gonna handle. The big stuff, like, anyway, so what we need to do. Because if it's late in July, then we could do it, but. Maybe we should just set it for the August meeting. We'll just give them enough time and everything can be in a
You
row.
know, you're kind of pushing these, you know, they want to get working on this thing in October,
Right.
and they have to find contractors and, you know, it's like us delaying their
Right, but if
commitments right now.
If we do a July meeting in 2 weeks, they're not
If we do
gonna
a
be,
July meeting.
they won't, right, they won't.
Yeah.
They won't be, you know, they might not be able to have all the everything together.
I bet he
and-
could
Well,
put
we
his
asked
plans together in a day.
Yeah.
I just have to go into the AutoCAD files and. turn my
It's not a big deal. The computers
All right.
have both things.
All right, so when we figure out when we're scheduling that, we'll set your public hearing. And we'll let you know.
I would probably label it already built. This is already built.
Color coded or something.
We also have to get, it has to go to the county. And they have to come back 30 days to come back with their 239M.
Can they do this document and have us submit it to the county before we look at it at a meeting?
No, it's, well, they can get it all to us and then we could submit it. Once it's finalized, then we could submit it. But we have to have it final in front, you know, we have to have the final copy and,
Right. Okay.
and then
That would speed things up.
then it'll take them 30 days to come back.
You're supposed to send the county your environmental review. We did an environmental review of this project. Is there anything with regard to the changes that they're making that would open up the seeker review of this project, in your opinion, the board's opinion? They're all pretty minor.
We have to do the seeker before we send it to the county?
County, when you send your referral to county, you have to send your seeker. But if seeker's already been done, we already did that 70 years ago. And there's nothing in the current plans that would make you change your negative, I assume it was a negative declaration. Then we should pass a resolution to that effect and let the county know. You could send that on to the county so that they know that seeker has previously been done. Send a copy of the prior seeker negative declaration, whenever that was, and indicate that the board reviewed the plans that didn't found that there was nothing in the plans that would require a reopening of seeker. So it satisfied that part of your submission to the county.
So we should have.
Okay, I just, but I mean, we've done other applications where we sent it before doing this secret determination.
You don't have to have your secret determination, you have to have your. Part, you know.
Oh, have them have submitted it, so, oh, I see, so we're determining whether we're asking for that or not.
You can go further than that if you decide, because you've already done seeker.
Right.
And all of this is, I don't know, it's minor stuff.
Doesn't change.
There's nothing, making a determination.
I get it.
There's nothing in this project that would require a reopening of the seeker and changing of the modification of the original seeker determination, and let the county know that.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Because the county's been strange. Sometimes they're very anal about what they get. We get all kinds of comments, sometimes not, but you know.
Would the well, with the light well be an issue?
Like, well,
The translucent staircase material that allows it to be much brighter. I don't know.
I think that's
unlikely.
aesthetics and not-
Yeah, the dark skies sort of stuff, but they don't, I don't know if they've ever commented on that.
Some modifications that exist.
Oh, wait, as far as,
Was there a light well in the staircase before in the previously approved?
Just windows.
windows, it was a window, so technically it's. Yeah, I don't see that as, it's in the middle of town too, you know. As long as all the other new lighting is down, dark sky compliant. No,
Yeah, no, I'm.
who cares about those middle of town people, right?
That's right. I don't, nobody does. Nobody cares about the center.
All right, so that's our plan of action then, okay, so we're gonna not,
They're not sure what. the plan
Yeah, I was
is.
just saying.
we're not gonna reopen seeker. We're going to set a public hearing. For whenever we decide to have the July meeting, and you guys get us the final kit and caboodle thing.
And after the public hearing, there'll be an opportunity to approve.
Well, we have to then send it. Well, I
Put
guess,
it here.
oh yeah, we're not opening, so we can send it to the county now, because we're not opening secret, so we can send it now, but it's still, it might be after the July meeting.
You have to send secret
Right.
the revised plan.
Right, he has to get,
I mean,
they have to get us the revise, so they're that, so we're not gonna be able
Right,
to
but we could
approve it
theoretically, we could send it to the county next week, in theory.
in,
if they predict-
in
if they
theory,
predict.
yes, but it still might be, 30 days might be longer than when the July meeting
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Okay, next, all right, thank you. Next, the Wu residence. Site plan and special use permit. For. PV solar ground mounts, 31 Schultz Road, so is someone here from the applicant? Oh,
Yes, we are here.
hello, sorry for the problems we're having with the Zoom, but we think we can hear you fairly well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If you could, just describe your, can we pull up? I guess, if you
Look at
can,
me today.
sorry. Oh, we have paper here? Oh, we have paper here, so. I was only, is this one, is this,
Yeah,
Hmm.
that was sent out a while ago. It was the-
so this is what,
What do you want to, what do you want?
Yeah, Steve,
let's look at the site, just the site plans.
I saw.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, that's good to look at.
Sure.
Great.
Yeah.
You guys wanna look at this?
You want a paper copy? Or do you have?
We're just looking at it now.
There you go.
All right, so, If-
Master computer.
I'm sorry, your name is Rona, is it?
Yes, Rona.
Hi, Rona, can you please describe your projects for us? We're looking, unfortunately, I don't think you can see this, but we're looking at the site plan sheet that says conforming to.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at as well. So it's pretty straightforward. It's a large ground mount. They have plenty of property to home it. The location is great. We checked the grade. We checked everything else that we needed to do. There'll be trenching to our home. There's a lot of electric usage there, so this ground mount covers almost. Actually, not quite 100%, but it's the largest we could do for residential.
A large, I'm sorry, what was that?
The largest we could do for residential.
Ah,
My audio, was it gonna give feedback?
yeah.
Catching the feedback,
Oh.
just low volume.
Yeah. No, he says if he turns on his.
Oh.
Yeah, let me try.
So this is a massive lot, right? So you're talking about 475 feet setback, 582.
479.
Okay.
479. Yeah.
You're this way.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
Because you're hearing me. And you muted?
There's panels.
I'm not gonna mess with this. I don't know what I'm doing.
So, Drew, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Michael.
Where are we with this application in as far as determining the capacity of this solar array in relation to the usage of this property?
They did submit to me 12 months worth of usage. And their usage doesn't quite meet, no, I'm sorry. Their projected production doesn't quite meet their past usage.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, they consume a lot here. This is Brett, the engineer for this job.
Oh. It's like 30 something, right?
Or 25, is it? So it's a 32 kilowatt system?
That's the DC rating. The AC rating is 25 kilowatts.
What's the elevation of the top panel on the hillside relative to the road?
Relative to the road. Let's see. Let me get you that info.
I think it's well below. Yeah,
Yeah, I would think.
just curious how far below.
Did they submit any sort of topographical map of the property?
All right. So the road is at coming from the road to the north. It's about an 873-foot elevation mark. Where we have our ground mount is about an 819-foot elevation mark. As you're driving along that road there is an existing tree line of planted trees that are planted every 25 feet about.
So is the top of the array, visible from the road?
If the trees were not there, you would be able to look down into the valley and see the array.
If they weren't there.
Correct.
And what, are they like evergreen trees or are they,
No.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern. It's a very thorough application, but there's no visual renderings, and this is property you can see from a lot of different areas.
There are along the road, those are not evergreen trees, but there are trees that are just to the east of the array that are evergreen that block it. So really, when you're driving, there's only one area that you would see it possibly, and that's only about 40 foot. Like, so there's like, as soon as you're driving through 40 feet, you might be able to look down and see it, but then all of a sudden it's going to be gone again.
Yeah, so that's just Schultz Hill Road, but what about Route 83, McGee Hill Road, Bean River Road? This property is surrounded by roads.
Let's see, can I share my screen? No, it
Yeah,
says host disabled participant.
Can you?
screen
Oh.
share. I'm getting a host disabled participant screen share.
Should be good now.
how about now? Hey,
Okay. All right, so our array is about, let's see, it's about located on the flattest area, about right here. And this is the terrain that we're looking at. So from the other roads, you're not really going to be able to see this array at all, just based on where the trees are, the tree line, and how the terrain is going. So yeah, if you're down here, you're not going to be able to see the array. But yeah, there's this small stretch when you're first driving in that you possibly could see the array from the road. And there is a existing tree there too. So it's really just this small stretch.
and it's way back on the property.
Here's a drone view that we took. It's a little hard to see, but you can see the road in the top corner there.
And where would the array be? Could you indicate on
Yes.
drone footage? Or picture, whatever it is.
Actually, I can show you on here. So it's about located kind of right in the center of the field here. And this is the only flat portion of the terrain that we could use.
Can you just zoom out on this parcel access view here for a second?
Sure.
I want to see where these other roads are. Oh, that's
let's
a
see.
picture. That's not actually part.
Yeah, I can pull up that. Yeah, you want me to pull that up 1 second?
Yeah, just so I can see where every neighbors are and where other roads. Message Frank and tell him we're gonna be a little later. I mean, right, unless he's like, because we still have to do alchemy. At least, if not the other, not even Stewart's. I apologize, we had technical difficulties. Did we lose Brett? I think he's playing now.
Oh.
All right. Sorry about that. I just had to pull it up. All right, here we go. Sorry, are you?
Yeah, we're seeing it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Just zoom out one more notch, Brett,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
Route 83.
There you go.
What's all around? What road is this?
Brooks.
Oh, Brooks Road.
The barely existent road.
Oh, okay. No, it's where we are.
And it's also just a note across the street where those trees are, the neighbor has a forest there. So in terms of visibility from neighbors, there is none.
Do you have any comments, George, as far as like the visuals and any
Yeah,
other technical
I
things?
didn't really
You didn't see this?
dig into this one because it's just a residential,
Pink.
you know, for a single family house. I didn't think we were gonna get that in depth into that.
You know, law where, you know, it's the same sort of thing, we're tasked to make sure the visual impacts on neighbors and such are not. You know, but I mean, it's so far off the road and there's some trees, and does anyone feel that they need more information as far as assessing the visual?
I don't know if you're
Impacts?
gonna be able to see these from. I'm on McGee Hill every day. You can see this house very clearly from the top of McGee Hill. So I'm assuming the panels are going to sit behind the house and at a slightly lower elevation, but I don't want to make that assumption.
I can actually tell you that information. Let's see. Yeah, the house is at 827 feet about, and our array is less than that, 821 feet. But just being honest here, the height of the ground mount is less than most ground mounts, but it's about a 12-foot height, 11 foot 5 inches. Which when looking 400 feet doesn't really make that much difference.
What do you say? It's less than 12 feet.
Less than 12 feet, yes, high.
And it's non-reflective and all that.
Oh, yes.
Intake loss.
That's all very thorough.
Right there, anti-reflective.
I'd like visual renderings if I'm the only one that, yeah.
If you can. And you've got to have a public hearing. These get very controversial, even the ground mounted residential. So I would advise you to have a public hearing and some visual renderings. People want to come in and comment and see it.
Visual renderings of in place.
What it looks like. You know. Yeah, I mean, there's no pictures of this.
Okay, you want a visual rendering from
For the
road?
visuals from where? From,
Is there a rendering of is there a photograph of the ground mounted facility?
well, there's
not saying that.
diagrams of them.
Yeah.
Not in place on the landscape as it would be.
Yeah, I think you should have that.
I think we should know what need to see it from the road.
Probably not, but
Just in case.
We should know.
I think you should know and you never know about these things. There are neighbors that may.
So a visual rendering from Schultz Hill and then maybe from
McGee Hill.
McGee Hill.
Yeah,
I would say multiple from Schultz Hill because the topography changes so drastically from the intersection of Brooks Road until the property line with Rockwell's. Do one from Bean River. I don't think you're gonna be able to see it, but do one anyway. 83 and McGee Hill
Trip road.
and Trip Road.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
you
because
said
Trip Road runs
from
up.
Route 80. Sorry,
You see that
Trip
house.
Road is the next.
Yeah.
Schultz Hill Road, multiple. How many views from Schultz Road? Probably 3.
How many?
I would, yeah, probably 3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna be able to see. I mean, really, do you want 3 just around this north side? Because I don't think you're gonna be able to see it from Brooks Road or anything like that.
Well, we should know.
If you can take a picture, take a step up the road, take another picture, take a step up the road. I mean, just do as many as you think is pertinent. But at least a few on Schultz Hill.
Okay, so Schultz and Brooks Road, and then what was the other?
McGee Hill Road. And Trip Road.
Yeah.
Sorry, where would those be located? I'm not.
Here to the east.
Bean River Road is right there where your pointer is. So.
Oh,
probably-
yes. Okay, Bean River Road, yes.
Can you see this house from your house?
One of my house, but my field.
From the top of the field?
You can see it from Trip road.
Yeah. And then if you scroll down slightly, Bean River Road intersects with Route 83 and then very quickly to the east intersects with McGee Hill Road. And McGee Hill Road has a rapid elevation increase. It's an understatement.
I'll figure that one. Okay, I see
How
here.
many?
And Trip Road comes off of that.
Oh, we were just asking them to do pictures. What are we asking them to do? I mean, this is a
That's
homeowner.
sufficient.
This is a homeowner.
Yeah, I don't
right?
understand. If they're putting it on the roof, would we require this?
No,
So why are we requiring it? Because
The-
it's solar, it's ground.
Well, I don't know. The ground mount is when the law was made, people were worried about the visuals on ground mounted systems
Yes,
for
77.
neighbors and stuff.
this isn't any old property.
77 feet wide.
They have a massive view shed with.
But it's in the middle of 1,000 foot.
Yeah, that's right.
But also
But we
public view
noticed it.
shed.
I don't mind asking for a couple of pictures and, this is where it's gonna be, but again, it's a homeowner and like going crazy, like.
Sorry, I'm looking at this right now. Just looking from here, I think you can see the house, but it doesn't look like you can actually see. You'll be able to see the ground mount because it goes downhill right there.
Which view is this?
That's McGill Heath Road. You said it goes up pretty high up there, but the higher you go, I mean, you're not gonna be able to look over the peak here. There is a.
Well, I
Peak
guess
right
if we
here.
just have a picture from there and you can indicate what, you know.
Oh, okay.
I think
Let's see.
4 roads that we said, right?
Okay,
Okay, so 3 views from Schultz, 1 view from the Brooks Road, maybe the intersection there.
Here too, the application process is still more complex.
1 view from up hill. And then Bean River Road, I don't even think. Okay. And
And then Trip Road, which runs off of McGee Hill.
in what spot?
Well, that's a good question.
Okay, I see her here.
Does anyone know what spot he should look?
Let's see if I can assist you with that.
Before you hit Zagat's.
Yeah.
That's where,
One house.
yeah,
That house has a view of that house.
right. But public view shed from the road. It opens up on the field on the Doors property before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to go up there and get it. There's no street views.
Where is this? Oh, that's Guthrie Hill.
Yeah, there's no way on Bean Hill Road that you're gonna see that ground mount.
He's looking now. We have a.
Yeah, there's no way on Bean Hill Road. Can I exclude Bean Hill Road?
You can exclude Bean River.
Yeah, Bean River Road, we don't.
Bean River Road.
Okay. And then 1 view from here.
You
And
guys
this-
go there?
Sorry?
I'm asking my board. Do you
Oh.
guys want to do a site visit so we can stand in the spot? No, all right.
Not unless there's a,
Let's see what the public raises hell and we can decide to go further.
Mm.
that's it for me.
Okay, what else do we need from the applicant? Nothing
Everything else
is there.
fine.
Lots of other stuff.
But
And we said non-reflective panels. Are they like,
I mean,
are they like, a picture of the panel would be great? Like they model, like, is it like all black? Is it?
It is all black sheet, black frame, and it is anti-reflective. We have that in the data sheets here.
Okay, yeah, very good. Okay. So. We were gonna set a public hearing for this.
I think you should.
So, but they need to have the visuals in, but do you think you guys can have the visuals done in some in about 2 weeks to a month? Here's the thing, we don't know, I don't know if you heard during the other application, we are not quite sure when our July meeting is. We're gonna work on that this evening. So when we set that public hearing for then, yeah, what say you as far as being able to come up with?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have the ability to to take those pictures and then kind of put a model of what the ground mount would look like superimposed over those pictures.
So
That's, I assume, what you're asking, right?
right, would you be able to do that? Like, what's the time frame to be able to do that?
I could do it in 2 days or 1 day, even if need
Oh,
be.
okay, all right, yeah, so, all right, so we'll look to schedule you guys for the July meeting. We'll let you know when that is for a public hearing.
All right. Rhoda, do you have anything else?
No, I'm okay. I'm good with that. Yeah, that's about it. Otherwise, we're good.
Okay.
They must have had 5 public hearings.
What, Warren, does county get these? We don't. Thank you, Tricia. All right, okay, so we're done with that. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
we'll be in touch.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda. Oh, actually, we're gonna take a break. Let's take a break for just a 5-minute break. What do you want to do, Stewart's first? Warren, you tell me, should we do Stewart? All right, let's do a yeah, but let's just, yeah, we'll do it before we do the. We just have to, we can't start it before 7:30. If people have to wait, I apologize, we had trouble with the camera. As you see, we have this makeshift system we're working with tonight. But thank you, Ethan. Stewart Shop, site plan, special use permit. Oh, Scott sent about Stewart. It was basically they should comply with the, regardless of the ZBA decision, we should have them comply with the zone. There you go. Okay,
So he's got lots of-
as far as,
No, I'm not. I said what I said. I'm done.
No.
It can't be done. It's only 7:30.
No,
Can't be done. It's only 7:30.
Nobody wants to admit without this other project and that's what we don't have.
Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I'm on to, the reason just to let you know, they gave me a chat when I first came on saying
Oh.
you're running late. So I think you were right.
tell me he
You're
needs to
probably
mute,
not
we're
gonna
hearing
get
this
on.
conversation.
We're probably not gonna get on for another. It could
That's
be
Frank
8:30,
talking
I
to
think.
Sarah.
They've been on this one item.
Yeah, go ahead.
that
We'll
they're
get
doing
Frank to
now
stop
for the
talking.
last
Yeah.
20 minutes. So, we'll see.
And which one do you want? The
Yeah. By the way, I've gone through everything and I think now at this point, we may be down to 2.
This is just,
Major,
this is the
two
middle of the
really large
proposed
impacts to
plan.
discuss.
Again, my name
It
is
still
Mark
remains,
Stewart, here before the board this evening. Seeking site plan and special use permit, approval for the construction of a new Stewart shop, directly behind the existing Stewart shop on Route 82 in the town of Pine Plains. We're proposing to construct approximately 4,000, just a hair under 4,000 square foot building. And a new gas canopy with 8 fueling points, 4 islands, 8 fueling points, one of them housing what we call 3+1 island, which is pretty much all gas services as well as a low flow diesel that would go on the one island. Existing curb cut on 82 would remain. We'd have additional curb cuts along the access road just to the south of the project. Parking along the back as well as along the front, really the 2 fronts of the building. We are proposing a small stone wall on the front just to give a feeling of access or up to the road feeling to this site, as well as we've changed to a monument sign incorporated into that wall, as well as this latest submittal changes all the lighting down to the 3000 Kelvin. We've submitted to Dutchess County Department of Health. We're just waiting for their comments back for the septic, as well as I've been in contact with DOT as far as replacement of sidewalks and some curbing along 82. We submitted previously, we did get a variance granted from the zoning board for the setback in order for us to put the building to the back of the existing store. At the previous meeting, it did come up questioning the alternatives that we presented at ZBA. Those have been submitted for your review. I don't know if anyone's looked through those yet, just to see the steps we went through as far as where we got to this point. That's a quick summary of what we're looking to do here.
What? No, I didn't. I never saw the other plans, did we?
They're in this email. There are different attachments in that email. There's I believe it's called alternatives. Time planes alternative, the middle.
Oh,
Are they on
jeez.
here? Are they on?
No, they're separate.
Oh,
They were a separate,
This one had-
I know. And that looks like it's still the old set anyways. It's got the monument. I don't know how to say it. Oh, you think?
So these are the others.
These are the different alternatives that we presented before the ZBA.
I didn't have a chance to look at them, sorry. There were some discrepancies in your short form. Some of them are minutia, but some of them are, bigger. Page 1.5. I don't think any place in Pine Plains is urban, so that shouldn't be checked. Page 2.11. But you already addressed that you need paperwork from the DOH because of the increased septic size you're probably gonna need.
Yep.
Because I believe that was left blank. Page,
Number 11.
yes,
That's answered. Close site will handle wastewater through proposed on-site infiltration septic field approval from Dutchess County Department of Health.
okay. Just that it was an increased size. 13A. I know you're not necessarily within wetlands, but the wellhead protection district is the whole back hill there. And you have another waterway next to Dale's property. How does that get taken into account with water sources? With the DOH? Does that make sense?
And that would be, I'm assuming part of their comments that would come back for approval. The existing septic sits underneath our proposed building now.
Mhm.
Existing septic is approximately here. We're proposing to move it there.
Okay.
More than likely, it would be a filter system like the system that's there now.
We have done perks and deeps. Your groundwater is about 5 feet, so more than likely be a shallow system instead of fill, just.
So we'll wait for DOH. Page 3.17A, you said stormwater is not going to flow onto neighboring properties. I don't know why you said no. There's nowhere else for stormwater to go on the property.
Correct. It's going to connect to where it does today.
And
So-
is that,
Stormwater, this will be a SWIP. So stormwater will be handled. We cannot increase flow off of site. So
And but
we have not finished the SWIP
Yeah.
yet, but the SWIP will be part of this project.
Kind of showed the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
You saw all the pipes and the underground detention.
Just rough sizing is shown on there for similar projects we've done in the past. Calculations are not complete yet.
The building is under 4,000.
Building is under 4,000, correct. Building is 3996.
Nicely done.
We needed that for CBA.
Yeah, they were slightly over and they had it.
Yeah, we were 40-20. We shaved it down, and I believe we took a few inches off here, a few inches off there to get us under.
It's not a secret.
Three less beer selection time.
Gets them out of secret.
George, in the thing you mentioned about eliminating that opening.
Right, that's one of the comments I had when I was looking at it this afternoon. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to get it out to everyone or even make copies, but I was just wondering, that middle entrance there onto the access way south here, could that possibly be eliminated? It's pretty busy with 3 points of access. I'm assuming those are all two-way access points.
I won't say no. The reason it is there is to really separate customers going to the shop and customers getting gas. You're also, if you come in here and point this way to get gas, now you're forced to come all the way through with these cars backing up in order to get back out, or you're circling around this way instead of coming directly out. It just flow throughout the lot. I understand the concern. We can take a look at that, but
What's the concern, George? Like just crashing into someone?
Yeah, too many. 2, 3 people try to come out at the same time with the gas.
Is that one in the middle?
Try to base. Obviously, the more access points you have, the greater chance there is statistically of having an accident. When you look at sites, you try to limit the number of points of ingress and egress for that reason.
But like if I'm,
Like I said, if it's needed, it's needed. I was just, my comment was just that it should be looked at, and if it can be, or it's not needed, then.
if I'm coming north, I'm going in the Dale driveway thing there.
Mhm.
And I'm going in the one you're talking about.
Yes.
Through the middle one.
Sure.
Through the middle one,
And
it's
then-
going to the store.
No, to the gas.
Or-
And then I'm gonna point out and go to one of those pumps and then head out the other way when I'm done. I mean, that's what makes sense to me pulling in there. And then if that wasn't there, then I'd either go through this one. And then you could have like a trailer or truck or something and right, that's the diesel island on the end.
The diesel, the low flow diesel
Yeah.
is on this end.
Or otherwise you have to go all the way around. I don't know. I was just wondering what was thinking. I figured it was because it's too much.
You mentioned it also
As
about
long as it's
having
discussed and
signs.
there's a logical reason for it to stay or for it not be removed, that's what's important about.
So there's three.
And you said having a sign plan, would that, would that be like?
Right, and again, that would, again, we had a sign plan, stop sign, sight bars, wayfinding, that's what I'm saying, I'm assuming these are two-way entrances,
Correct.
you know,
Well,
but again,
yes.
there should probably be.
So all three of those are two ways
Correct.
in and out. So people pulling, they get lost, and they start out, and meantime, the other people will be trying to go.
And so,
I think it's too many.
So Michael,
yes,
my recollection at the last meeting was that we asked to see these alternative proposals because we wanted to understand why, if there was an alternative to this situation where.
Correct.
And so I think we should talk about that because there was also the comment about, the building time would mean that the gas station wasn't available for a longer period of time, but ultimately this building is going to be around for 30 years, and I think we need to make the right decision for the town. So is the board,
well, we're up, you can put it up here. Let's, I just have, that's the,
This is pretty closely accurate to what it was submitted as far as the building location, canopy location. We added some pictures here of similar walls we've done in the past, as well as the roof on the canopy, just to give it more of a visual feel of a building closer up the gas canopy itself.
Mm.
Those first two pictures are in Schenectady. And I believe that last one is one of our shops in Clifton Park.
All right, so then. We zoom out.
The next,
Now should be the alternative. Oh,
Next,
yes,
we're gonna-
Vicky? Hold on a second.
See it.
I want to see the pictures here. It's the gas canopy. Wall. Not the proposed sign, just
not
an
the proposed sign.
example.
We are not proposing to be Sunoco here.
Valid. Yeah,
Okay, I have a question about the wall that
Sure.
you said.
Yeah.
There's already stone walls down there. Could they be made to look somewhat like those? On that property, already on that?
Where,
On,
right next door? Right next door.
on Dale's property on both sides. He just put those in. They're more,
just look at them.
Definitely, you know,
That's totally.
This is just an example that we've done in the past, but like, if there's something you have in the area that you'd rather have us match, that's not a problem at all.
And I have another question.
Yep.
On the canopy. Is that a pitched roof?
It is a pitched roof
On this one?
that'll match our building, the shingles and the pitch of the building.
Okay.
It's hard to. Yeah, it's hard
It's
to.
hard to tell, so that's why I hate it.
So will the canopy be like the one at 9/8 and 60?
oh, yeah, we don't do that. I'm sorry. I don't know who that is.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, so now we're looking at alternatives, so.
This alternative, this first alternative puts the building pretty much the back of the building at the corner of 82 and the access road. As you can see from the location of the existing canopy and gas tanks, they would have to be removed immediately prior to this construction. You're also shutting off construction wise. You would need to use pretty much this area to construct this building, which leaves this area for access to the existing shop while the new shop is under construction.
You have two
Correct.
here, so.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, two there.
All right.
Gas canopy here, septic remains
Not-
similar location. But you're also, your one exit or your one entrance off of 82. You're directly into parking, so cars backing in and out of those spots would be in conflict of people coming in off of 82. As well as off of this first entrance.
Not like it is now.
So yes,
Yeah.
yeah, on the ones on the side there.
And out there.
One other bigger issue, if you go back up to the first one. Our proposed one, deliveries. Hidden behind the store. As of right now, they sit pretty much in the parking lot when they do deliveries for our shop. This will be a rear delivery.
In the back, right?
Deliveries off the
Right.
one corner of the building, so they sit either this way inside or this way in rear for the deliveries. This will be all in the back, won't affect the customers at all.
So go to the.
The next one. Your deliveries would end up being probably in this corner of the building. So we would have to get rid of a few parking spots. You'd have to sit across this entrance in order to deliver. And again, with this, you're approximately 12 to 13 weeks down with gas. You'd lose gas immediately.
If you change this design to one way in, one way out. Say one way in on the south entrance, which is Dale's easement. Can they do that? Cause that's an easement. That's Dale's property.
We have access through the easement for the frontage along that.
Right, but would they have a legal basis to make that a one way because it's not their property? They just hold an easement.
I would say no, because he would develop
No,
back
okay.
here.
Okay.
He would need access for future
I'm not sure the
development.
nature of the easement.
Unless the easement allows them to do that.
Right. You could, yeah, if there was a safety issue. We as a board, right, you as a board could limit one way in or out from the site, but you couldn't change the nature of that right-of-way easement for the rest of the property.
No.
You scroll
Unless you
down,
were looking at that site.
you scroll down to the next. This puts the back of the building, and again, for both of these, you're looking from 82, you're looking at the back facade of our building, which is mechanicals, which, you know, there's HVAC bars on the back as well as 5 compressors for our coolers and freezers. This one pretty much cuts off gas immediately because the tanks would have to come out of the ground. You close off the 82 entrance completely, really forever. During construction would happen in this corner, again, just in that, those few parking spots along the side here for the existing store. And then you're just 2 entrances off of the access road. Deliveries on here, again, we would probably have to lose at least a few. Truck would pull in here and deliver off the back of that building, blocking all that parking during deliveries. Septic remains the same. We can go down one more. I believe we have a similar one with the building turned. Again, similar. The one thing that this does is it gets deliveries out in the back corner there, but you're still the same with these 2 entrances closed off. You've got the gas down immediately because of where the location of the tanks are. And during construction, you're just dealing with minimal spots for the existing store.
Can you just explain again where the deliveries happen in this?
This one, they end up being on the back of the building. So in this, pretty much
So
in the
how-
center on the back.
How do the trucks get to that?
The
point?
truck would sit here, so they would come in pretty much this way, back in. And sit behind the building. Excuse me?
No, so they could come in this back and just go around the pumps, around the.
They got it back.
But they got to back in. They deliver up the back of the truck. It's either back or side. So they would come in this way, nose up here and back in.
So the intent in every one of these renderings is to keep the store open.
Yes. Keep the store
Which
open.
affects all of the
To
renderings
keep the
placement.
store open. To service community as well as gas open as long as possible.
Well, I mean, like in this rendering, it's placed there and not say 50 feet back because it would then be running into the current store.
Correct.
Which
We'd
is
have to shut down
non-starter.
completely. Yes,
Gotcha.
yes,
And that's how all the renderings.
yes. All the renderings are based on keeping the store and gas open as long as possible. Our goal is to really, you know, you close the old store on a Tuesday night, you open the new store on a Wednesday morning.
I mean, couldn't you have a temporary store in some temporary buildings?
I wish. We've looked at, unfortunately, we have looked at this. It's logistically a nightmare. It is not something we, it is something we've looked at in the past. It's not something we'd be looking to do, though.
Why?
Logistically, it does, the expense to move everything that we sell somewhere else
Oh,
and sell it from a different location doesn't make sense. You'd have to have the place, number one. The monetarily value to move it. Number two, you got to get customers over there. We're still down with gas for 13 weeks with
Okay, but
that.
gas aside, I'm just saying, would you not be able to have some temporary structure on this site from which you were selling? Goods.
Not something that would service the community as it does today.
Well,
No,
no, it wouldn't be to the same extent, but you could have some basic level of service.
yes, you could, you know, put a shed there and serve just coffee. Yes.
No, I'm just,
You could.
my question is really for the
No,
long term, like, what's the best
But-
long term siting of this
No, I understand that.
situation And the short-term needs and have to be weighed up against the long-term impact.
And I believe that's where we got to this plan.
Right, but that's completely in contradiction to the community plan and thinking behind storefronts.
Which is where we went through CBA to get the variance to build that far off of Route 82.
Warren, could you just instruct the board as far as, do we have to cite the store based upon the ZBA's variance?
You can't. I don't know that you can force the applicant to consider alternatives unless there's an environmental impact situation.
So it would have to be an environmental reason for none?
But if you do a draft environmental impact statement with a pause deck for a project, then you can consider alternatives, but for a private development, it's very hard to force on alternatives for a private developer.
And this may be exempt from secret.
I was gonna say. That's the other thing I had a question, maybe could I just? So did you reduce the square footage to get below the secret threshold? We reduced it because there was a zoning. Your zoning code has a maximum of 4,000. I see.
Right.
We reduced it to get below 4,000, but yes, that does put us under the secret review. So I've never seen the variance from the ZBA. Do you have a copy of it? I have a copy of the resolution, sure.
Warren, the environmental assessment of forms, section 17, which talks about community plan. Wouldn't that be that's relevant to this project?
We're not, they're not covered by secret, it's exempt from secret.
Exempt.
Under.
So the store is
The entire thing is exempt.
It's a type 2 action under 617.59, construction of.
How does a gas
primary
station, like not
non-residential structure or facility involving less than 4,000 square feet of gross floor area. and not involving a change in zoning or a use variance, they got an area variance, not a use variance, and consistent with the local land use control. But not radio communication or microwave transmission facility. So there is no secret review in this project. It would have been at the time of the ZBA approval.
Yeah, no, the secret review is
There should have been.
it's relegated to type 2, no further secret required.
Yeah.
So it's just site plan review, zoning, code comments, stuff like that.
George, you sent a letter today.
I did.
You want to go through that? Is that appropriate to do that? He's got a whole bunch of stuff here. He wants,
Yeah, I mean, I can go through it if you want. Again, I know that was late in the day.
or
I
you can give it
apologize
to
for
them.
getting
You
it
just
out
give
so
it to
late.
them.
Is there a copy?
I mean, I can send you a copy. Unfortunately,
Did you have a question, Warren?
I almost forgot all about it.
I was just looking, this first time I've seen the variance. I don't know if you have.
It's really more kind of technical comments.
Yep.
All the pieces are there. I mean, one of the ones I had, of course, was the entrance.
Yep.
I had a comment about the lights, wondering if we could lower those down, maybe 12-foot poles instead of 15, just to limit kind of glow. Even with dark sky compliant lights, the higher they are, the more glow there is, the more you see them from other places.
Do you want me to go through your?
You can, yeah. I didn't see a boundary survey. It looked like they were using the old lot line adjustment map. Really, we should have a boundary survey.
We do have one.
For this.
I don't have it with me, but yes, we do have that.
Full stormwater pollution prevention plan. Corresponds with the O2, corresponds with, Department of Health.
Yeah.
Proposed curved islands extend out into the 50-foot right of way to the south of the parcel. It is recommended that an easement for same be forward.
Yeah. Whether we have a copy of it that allows it there, in other words. Right.
They stayed pretty much at the red line here is where they are today.
Right. In other words, if the easement allows it, then that's great. That's all I'm saying. If not, then we need to have a revised easement or whatnot.
That's the site, that's the easement.
If the site is under review.
Yep.
The sign plan, which we talked about.
It's not even a town road.
ADA ramps be shown leading from the parking area to the flat work surrounding the proposed store, as well as in a proposed safe, accessible routes for pedestrian traffic.
I'm sorry.
No, if you have any AD ramps going up to the sidewalks or anything.
This is all sidewalks, the parking spots are all concrete, flush with the sidewalks with bollards and each one.
Yeah.
No ramps at all.
Right.
Proposed cross culvert between CB1 and CB2 be reviewed in relation to a possible conflict with the existing storm sewer culvert.
Well, look at
Look
that,
at
yeah,
those,
yeah,
there's your moving
when,
forward.
yeah, when SWIP gets, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like.
Inverts should be provided for all sanitary sewer components. It's recommended that the sewer line from the proposed Stewart shops be reviewed for possible conflict with existing storm sewer culvert.
Might be at
I
that
think
culvert
that's
out there.
deep. Which, and that is something, you know, I believe it's with Dale anyways.
Yeah.
We did look at the possibility if that is in conflict to where we could take it from that structure and run it up this way. It all ends up at the same spot, so we can, you know, if it is a conflict, we can work with that.
Septic system laterals are not shown parallel with the contours as is typically required by the Department of Health.
That's a heads up if you haven't worked with Dutchess County Health.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
You're in for a treat.
yes, we know.
What about like, just like runoff and stuff from like oil and gas and stuff getting into those culverts and then, you
It's
know,
all part of the sweat.
it's all part of the swim.
So in the big SWIP document that we'll get.
All right, so
All
that,
that spill prevention.
so while there's no seeker, we're dealing with these things in some other places.
Mhm.
Outside of what is in the SWIP as far as that goes, all the structures have pretty much a hood in them. That pretty much oils flow to the top. Clean water comes out from underneath the hood and discharges. Any spill that happens here that ends up in the structure, we're able to keep it in that structure and back it out at that time.
Okay.
The dumpster enclosure as currently proposed will require the garbage truck to either back in or back out of the parking lot in order to access it.
Yep,
Right, just a comment, so something to look at. There's a possibility of revising that, if not.
And what's your proposed height of the fence around the garbage?
right now we propose 7-foot white vinyl,
So our zoning limits to 6 foot.
okay? We go 7 to hide the dumpster. If you want 6, I'm good with that. That's.
Well, what's,
I'm
it's more important that we hot.
Don't want to send her to the ZBA, I guess.
The area lights are shown with a 15-foot mounting height. Is recommended that the mounting height be reduced to 12 to assist in minimizing.
That's not the
flow.
first time it's come up.
The fixtures are should be dark sky compliant and full cutoff. Cut sheets for all light fixtures should be provided. It's recommended that some variety be added to the proposed trees. Currently, they are all red maple. Additionally, the tree label does not match the abbreviations found in the planting list. This is,
Mixed up.
and add some shrubs.
What a shrubbery.
That's all George had.
Nothing,
Nothing bad.
nothing, yeah, that can't be accomplished.
I saw the sign change.
To a monument sign.
Yeah,
Not quite.
it's,
What we have now is,
you know how well you have it now, it's kind of low. It has a little roof and
This, we incorporated it into the wall up front. That's where this came from.
okay,
Obviously, the design of the wall itself from neighboring properties would change how that looks, but it is tied into the wall right there.
because you end up with this, so 3 feet of rock and then 4 something of some, I mean, you're like, so it turns into like a 7 almost 8 foot slab then.
you'll have a 3-foot wall in front of it. So we gotta be above that anyways. The sign today does not advertise diesel pricing. We do not have diesel on site.
Right,
So that's where we get to the sign that is today. Or the sign that we're proposing. It is, I believe. Let's take a look. Square footage wise,
a wall. So you end up with like a big
Yeah.
slab, like the other thing was taller, but it was like airier because it was, the bottom was all open. Now it's like a giant slab thing.
square footage is the same.
No, I know, but I'm
Today.
just, when you get with the rock and
But
the,
again, you won't see this.
right,
Because
the walls there,
the wall's in front of it.
understood. Oh, I
The
see.
wall goes here. This is your sign.
Okay,
So it's gonna be like right against the wall?
It's
Behind
gonna
the
be
wall.
Part of the wall. The wall is gonna be constructed here, and up with a little leg coming off here. We're gonna put the sign on top of that little leg.
Basically where it is now. Right?
It's
No,
similar.
it's not attached.
Right,
to any-
right now, it's not
Yeah.
attached to anything, but it's similar location. It's a little further, I guess.
So how high is the,
8 foot.
how high is the rock wall?
3 foot.
It's 4'9".
3 foot.
Elevation of the wall.
3 foot to the rock wall, 4'9" to the top, or 4'9" of sign above that. I do not know, I can measure and let you know how tall it is today.
I was curious.
Yeah, I don't have that dimension.
Yeah.
Actually, the lighting, we've done a few recently to where it's just actually a small flat roof on top and, the LEDs fit underneath and just shine down on the light. They're not the gooseneck lights as shown there.
Black roof.
what do we think
A
about the,
peak roof just makes it taller.
the red and green lights? I mean, I know there's red there now. It has to be,
Standard color.
it has to be green.
They're standard color. It's for diesel. It's just separate. It's just, different product.
Well, we have,
That's,
there are no LED lights on the pumps down there.
no, not on the pumps.
Yeah.
We're talking on the sign.
That was what,
That,
predated zoning or something?
no, we,
They wanted
We-
the LED lights on.
Right.
Right, so how did they end up with the
Said
price
that-
sign there now?
That's exempt.
no, we said that
They're permitted to have LED lights. When they add-
For the road sign, but not the pump, but we can regulate the pump.
but not the pumps, which,
Interesting.
right,
We wouldn't let them do it on the pump.
How come Red Hook only has, they don't have, they have like, numbers in Red Hook?
Tiny. Oh, no.
Which Stewart's, which one?
Like Conway's?
Oh, you're talking about that one?
Yeah.
It's the only one that has gas.
The only
now.
have gas.
Yeah, it's probably the one, our South Red Hook one. Can't even see that sign.
What's that?
Can't even see that sign because of all the shrubs that are in front. Perfect.
yeah, right, perfect.
I guess we'll send us a picture of the other, the without the goosenecks, so we know.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And once you look at the wall, the height of the wall might change then, it might to match, or you think you're gonna keep it at 3 feet or what?
I'd have to check the,
What's there?
zoning. That was part of what we gave the zoning department for having the building back. We gave them the wall up front. I don't know if the height was listed in that resolution or not. If, Obviously, I don't want to go back to zoning to change that, but if it's
I
not
see.
listed, if we want to take, 6 inches off to help, it's.
Well, you'll go see the walls we're talking about there. They're the,
Yeah.
or the rock.
You
Put
know,
together rock thing.
And we've done a few of those as
Right.
well, just the dry stack stone and.
All right.
But I could also check the height of those and work with
Right.
similar height.
All right, so what's,
Yeah.
What's- we need to get the SWIP. What else is next? Warren,
Schedule for public hearing.
schedule for public hearing. But we need to, it's the same thing. He's gotta get that work into us. But we can schedule the hearing as long as you get us the SWIP. And what else are we looking for?
You need this
Didn't
whip
he
for the
need
public
SWIP?
hearing. You don't need the SWIP.
No, that's considered, why isn't it complete application for one?
Yeah, the SWIP will take a little while. Again, they have identified that they need the SWIP, right? So it's not like they're running from it. And they did show all like basic mechanics of what the SWIP is gonna be. I mean, if we need to see a generic document, I'm sure they could produce one of those. As far as having this one finalized, again, that usually comes way at the end of the process, because when it's a lot of calculations that go into it. And anytime you tweak anything, you start changing impervious areas, you move things around, it messes with that whole document. So usually it is one of the things you wait.
So
as
we
long
got,
as you can to finalize.
so is there any changes we're asking? As of now, that the thing in the middle that George was talking about, or we kind of discussed, we're gonna leave it? The opening, the third opening or whatever you want to call it in the,
No, I thought they were gonna look at it.
We'll take a look at
Well,
it. It does, it flows throughout the lot as well as, tanker flow, delivery truck flow. We could take a look at it, but,
you also, when people are gonna pull up that diesel thing, if they have trailers.
could be sticking out further to where they might need to access
Hmm,
one or the other.
uh,
Does this have to go back to county planning because it already went with the ZBA?
yes, right?
Yes.
It's for us, it has to, we have to send it also, yes.
No,
No,
did it go to, did the CBA send
The ZBA sent it.
remember they
got
came up with that's why they had to do a 4-1.
But they didn't send the site plan. Correct. They
Correct.
sent everything.
Right.
They did?
Yep.
They sent us.
Mhm.
Do we have the county plannings?
I sent you.
All right,
So that covers everything?
yeah, unless it's substantially amended.
Okay. All right,
But does that mean that the board has to have a super majority or not?
What did the county
They have-
recommend?
they-
County
Right.
recommend
They
against
have
it?
to have superiority on the CBA.
I'm sure if you refer it to the county planning, again, you're gonna have a super majority if they took the position of the original. I would refer it again to the county.
that's what I was.
Okay, no problem with
Yeah.
that. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
There's no. I mean, that's
Let them make the
one
case.
procedural defect that you don't want to screw up on. Correct.
All right, so then we just need to set a public hearing. Wow, it's like the third public hearing on this July, you've heard the speech already. July meeting, so we gotta figure it out, yes. All right,
When are you?
First week of July.
okay, so are we done with Stewart's then? No, what?
Well, I mean, this is the site plan that we are reviewing and sending for a public hearing.
Correct,
Okay.
I-
Do we need to
just
vote
wanna
on
see
that?
this other sign.
Do you want the other sign prior to sending to the county, or are you
I
good
think we wanna
sending
see
this? It's not that the county is gonna say anything about the sign, but.
yeah, I mean, we need that more than I don't think the county cares about the
Right.
sign. You know, the location of the sign,
But- So that it won't mean that this one is approved.
correct.
Correct.
So if we want the other, something else,
What, you're thinking, what, back to the tall one or? what?
no, but just say something else
Right.
and then say, already approved.
Okay.
So this is worsening this.
Right, the one that,
The original
yeah,
one.
the one that he just submitted.
Yeah, the whole side, yep.
Is there a place for like a narrative where you can say, well, I mean, just remind them that they already reviewed it for the ZBA. There's no place in there for comments.
Well, when you send it, just.
Yeah, or just,
Sure they have a
There's
record.
comment.
Yeah.
was it's an automatic system now, right? You just like submit a, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Put it in there, just explain the history.
They have, ZBA needed to refer it back to them with that resolution
Right,
after our approval, so
did that
the
happen?
county will have,
That's, you, they need to be advised of that resolution and the vote and what happened. Because that's, yeah. So they haven't even county hasn't gotten the resolution from the ZBA yet.
Well, should I include the resolution with this?
I think it's separate. Yeah, included with both in separate, who is, whoever did you have a person that wrote that letter? Send Clayton, explain what's going on, and then submit it.
they better do that.
Yeah, well, it's,
Were they
Well,
waiting for us?
no,
No.
we'll just, all right, let's just move on from that. It's not our. Trish is gonna help us with that interface. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, break.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break.
I can take this packet.
Yeah, I don't want, do we have one for the file? Okay,
Lots of them.
all right. All right, let's take a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll return for the public hearing for Alchemy Pure. Well, we've settled on the corporate name, Alchemy Pure, is a scene, remember, it's just a landowner. It was confusing things, and the escrows got all
You don't want it?
combined.
If you'd like it.
Hey Wes, how are you?
No, I'm trying to go with the email.
Okay. The last thing I need.
Yeah. Page one line or anything. Problem with.
Andrew,
starting
did you
early,
see my
stay
email?
late.
Yes.
Right?
Right?
I thought about texting you, I figured you're driving.
Oh. And what he's done.
So, yeah, so
That's Southern Nose or whatever you want to call
I'd have to measure it on my computer, do the Google Earth trace,
it. Okay,
somewhere between. I think 9 acres maybe.
so I figured,
Somewhere in there.
it seems less than a third. How many acres of tree, in the southern portion that comes in, what
I mean.
how many acres of trees is there?
Yeah,
You see what.
tomorrow I can get it for you
say?
quick.
That's-
Well, not,
This is for,
yeah.
you know.
Um,
Aren't you?
yeah, then the whole thing, so the site plans have on there 29.7 for all vegetation.
Right,
That includes the access road, the MV run, that's the 2 existing farm roads, those are counted in there because they're still canopy.
okay.
Includes the hedgerow, so we think like the actual forest area is like.
That's fantastic.
Love to go.
The site plans are 29.7 because they're everything that's not clearly ag field.
Yes.
1, 2,
And when they took them down, everybody was.
yeah, it's probably just a little less than a third.
I think that's right. Yeah. So-
About those signs up there.
You want me to get you the exact number tomorrow?
Please.
Okay, sure.
You know.
Sure.
And at the time. Where was it?
I have a question, Mark.
2016, at the time, we were into the-
I know.
you know, we're not into it.
Most people agree on that. Punching and sticking.
For some
I
reason.
think.
For the people that don't have like. the best
But even-
info.
Sarah.
Right,
Agreed.
right.
It's not what the town is there.
Could be asked by the applicant
And
to.
everybody.
My kids actually work in it.
It's about.
Anytime I get one picture.
And everybody says the same thing.
Or
They say. oh,
set up some
it's-
fund.
Good eyes.
What's the check?
Right, so that's like.
Yes, he does. Yes, he.
So there's like protection statutes, and I talked to the town board about this, town board meetings, we saw all this. And I gave an example from Rhinebeck.
And that's
You
from
can't comply with it.
some of the other.
It's fun,
Right.
Right, maybe I'll do birds.
I don't know, you know, without the backup, well, I mean, yeah, we can ask.
Cabins up north that.
I, you know, I don't.
Hey, could we-
Our parents.
That issues.
We can't offer any other place.
Yeah.
Is that what I heard? They said we're stuck with that place. I didn't like those other ones. Yeah, the other ones were horrible. Yeah.
That's a question.
Let us put it right in the middle of the road. How about like that with it, with all the back facing?
Well, the money, I guess we can put that, making them change. It's gonna be very hard to make.
They have to be able to look outside, look at the tanks.
Thank you.
And so stay home.
So.
Sure.
So why couldn't they have this one on an angle?
Um,
Oh, I know.
What do you think about?
And you also have to consider it's not a large lot, they're building a
Well,
big building.
you know, when are you available in July?
There's a building already there, but they don't want to touch.
Just the first week, is that you're asking?
That's a non-starter for me. A truck driver's a truck, I can drive. I drive trucks and ambulances.
I mean, that's what they're telling us.
That's a non-starter.
It's- how do you- the trucks go in there now?
July, what are you not available?
Yeah, they.
13th. Yeah, is that the second week? On the last 2 weeks, I'm good. Yeah, really.
Wait, so you're gone the whole month except for the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, so. I can do the last week, whatever the week is before. And the next last week, the third and the fourth week.
Hey, last week.
The 4th of July.
What do you
Is that a Wednesday or is
It's a
that
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Oh, I can't, I don't know that I can do the 5th.
The first week's out, Warren's out, so,
I can't, I'm not here.
I can do our regularly scheduled meeting any other day. I can't do
the whole month, like
pretty much.
any other day.
It's my whole month, yeah. Maybe the 11th or the 13th, our meeting's on, supposed to be on the 12th. So that week,
So no other Wednesday later on in the month.
the 5th, maybe.
We are back, we decided on our July meeting being the 26th at 6 p.m. So yeah, let's just do that real quick. So it's dissing. Center. Stewart's. And Woo. Can I just do that as one resolution for all three, or no? I guess we need different times.
So you're gonna have schedule a special meeting for that night?
Correct.
Okay.
Schedule,
You gotta notify, you have to post it and.
We will.
You know,
send it to the papers.
Well, it'll be sent anyway, because you're doing a hearing.
Right. But make sure it says special meeting in there. Also announce that the July regular meeting is canceled. So can I have a resolution, what did we say, 6? A motion rather, but let me see, 6. So we'll go like 6. Let's do the Woo first. Then Stewart's. And then Sissing Center. 'Cause I'm a-
What time do you want me to say for student?
So we'll say Woo at 6.
Can we make it like at 6:15?
Yeah, 6:15 should be enough.
Just in case we have trouble with the.
What?
15 minutes for the
Oh, no,
public hearing.
so we just can't start before. If people are here and they have, I'm sorry, hopefully we'll have this whole situation figured out by then. So 6 p.m. for Woo. I can't, I mean, how long for that? So it says do 6:20 for Stewart's. And then.
6:45.
Yeah, let's just say
Wait,
6:40.
You don't start before then.
People might have to wait a little bit, but you know, it's better than us getting jammed up and have to like stand around. Okay. So can I have can I do this as one resolution? I mean, one motion? Can I have a motion to set a special meeting for July 26th, starting at 6 p.m. With public hearings for the Woo solar installation at 6, the Stewart's public hearing at 6:20, and the Stissing Center public hearing at 6:45.
Second.
So Ethan second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Right. That was fairly easy. Okay. Next up, Alchemy Pure, public hearing. For the manufacturing of cannabis. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing for Alchemy Pure?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, do we have the representative of the, what would you like on just the site plan?
Just the site plan,
Can you just double check if that's accurate, Wes? Because.
yes, that's the most recent
Okay.
one with the parking and the
Thank you so much for.
showroom portion of the building and hatch that we're talking about tonight. If you're happy, I'll just read through briefly what we're going
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
and then we'll ask for public comments. So the Scene Properties LLC owns 277-5 Church Street, which is a 3.4 acre landlocked parcel. Originally was a farming operation. The barn was framed in, redone, and we originally came in for on-site storage. With that, the opportunity arose for this manufacturing lease. So Alchemy Pure LLC is a branding and distribution company owned by Chris Regan and Jerry Peel. That branding and distribution company will service to AUCC, which I'll say quite often, which is adult use conditional cannabis licenses. Under those licenses, Alchemy Pure will brand and distribute AUCC JRS Naturals LLC, which is license number 85, is owned by Jerry Peel. AUCC SKX LLC, license 86, is owned by Chris Regan.
Both licenses and all AUCC license were granted a extension to operate by New York State legislation signed by law by the governor, which extended the original June 1st, 2023 deadline to June 1st, 2024. They did that the day of, just how laws work and it goes. So manufacturing is defined by Pine Plains zoning law as the packaging of raw materials for sale. The manufacturing will take place at the portion of 2775 building as indicated by the hatch, which is about 15,600 square feet. There's a schematic of the building that we've given to the board as well. So the TUAUCC licenses have permitted license operations to grow legal cannabis. That cannabis will be dried on their legal site of where their farm is, which is in the operations manual, which will then come to this site. So dried cannabis will come to the site, it'll get trimmed, it'll get packaged, whether that's in jar containers, whether that's in a high quality bag container, whether that's in a plastic container. And then the branding will happen through Alchemy Pure, which will then be sold to the New York State licensed dispensaries in the state. Completely contained inside the building, no signage. The only time that any of really the public's going to know what's going on is here tonight. So that's what's before the board. Manufacturing site plan approval for a special use permit that is required by the town zoning law. With that, I happy to show anybody the plan, which is pretty much this plan, or answer any questions that the public or the board could want to answer for the public as well.
Right, so. At this point, Warren, did you have something or? Oh, at this point, we'll open up for public comment again. Well, we won't be getting in a dialogue. We'll listen to your comments and then we might or might not have the applicant address the issues you brought up, but the comments will be recorded and yeah. So is there anyone looking to speak? If you could raise your hands at first, if we have a lot, we'll set up a list, but is anyone looking to speak on this application? No one. Okay, all right. Board members, do we have questions for the applicant?
Sounds like they have all their permits and everything. We have all the permits that were revealed and talked about last time, so.
So I submitted a new application. We had talked about the applicant being Alchemy Pure, and the site plan, the EAF long form, and we discussed the few things that we had discussed with those changes, and then obviously it transferring over to Alchemy Pure, signing it. Ag data statement was revised, provided the adult use conditional cannabis licenses, the letters detailing the scope of what we're trying to do, how we're trying to do it. The request for the waivers that's required under the town of zoning law that we need for the manufacturing. The operation plans, the VJUCC license security plan for this site for the thing.
Just to be clear, the waivers you're asking for are just for the acreage.
So for any manufacturing site in the town of Pine Plains, it can fall within this zoning district. The problem is that it's required to have a manufacturing site to be over 5 acres. There's not one parcel in our zoning ordinance in this district that allows manufacturing that's over 5 acres. So I think it's just an oversight of what was done. So we're looking to get a waiver request that it could be under 5 acres to the 3.4. And again, I think the comprehensive plan, when it was changed, kind of wanted this kind of operation, maybe not specifically this kind of operation, but manufacturing operation in this district. So I think it aligns with the comprehensive plan. It really aligns with the zoning. There is that one waiver that we're looking to get to achieve that.
Move we close the public hearings.
Well,
Sarah
Right.
Jones, Bean River Road, Pine Plains. My understanding is this will not generate any odors.
Yeah, so the odor prevention we've presented is a odor series which we've given, which is a carbon scrubber. So any odors that are inside the building will run through this, and the carbon scrubber will take away any odors. And that is a grave concern of why they went to this kind of odor reducer. Is the owners of the property were concerned about that and wanted to make sure that no neighbors or any of their other tenants would have any smell that was permanently outside of the building.
and Warren, if that were to become defective or not work, like what, that just, they'd be found in violation of the site plan, or like what
Yeah,
is?
well, let me just back up on that. Aren't you asking for 2 waivers? And aren't you asking for a waiver from the 100-foot setback?
And 100-foot setback, yes.
100-foot setback?
The waiver requested a required 100-foot setback from any lot line is consistent with the existing conditions of the site. So any manufacturing building has to be within 100 feet of any property line. So we're also asking for a waiver, saying the existing building, could be used under that.
What's the distance?
I do not have it labeled on there.
So you mean to like Dillinger's on the,
This is the current offset of what it's always been, which I'm only gonna guess, and please don't hold me to the exact, that it's probably about 30 feet or somewhere in that neighborhood.
Off the property line.
Off the property line.
So you're seeking a waiver from 30 feet, from the 100 feet to 30 feet?
Well, I would say, I would ask the waiver be the current distance off of the current building. We wouldn't want to expand it anyway, but if that's 27 feet and I've said 30, I'm a little nervous that then I'm caught in a conundrum.
And so at the back, what about the back, to the back line?
So it's off of any property line, so I think that the closest one would then give you the waiver for all of them, kind of.
Is that? How that works for him?
I only saw the waiver from the 100 feet to 30 foot on the side, the shortest point. You didn't ask for the other waivers, so I don't know.
So if it's closer than 100 feet to the back line, do we have
Well, what's the requirement?
100?
100.
It's any lot.
Waiver.
So it should be from all the,
From anyone that's not in compliance.
Isn't there a waiver for that requirement?
The waiver requested of the required 100-foot setback from any lot line is consistent with the existing conditions of the site. So it's 100 feet from any lot line that they want. So I would feel comfortable in saying to the board that if it's this is well within reason of that. So we're not going to need 2 because we're
to the shortest point,
the shortest point.
and it applies to all points.
Well, that's why I asked Warren if that's, because like, is that sufficient, or do we need the wording to be to the back line and to the,
Well, we can just, if the board approves the waivers, I'll just put generic language that it's from
any,
all the setbacks, because it's an existing building which don't comply with the setback requirement.
and then some language like, this doesn't cover any expansion of the building and blah, blah, blah. Okay,
So, Warren, do you have
I have
copies of
some
the licenses?
So. Still confused about this, but, you have a cultivator's like an adult use conditional cultivator license, right? And then in conjunction with that, it allows you to do a certain amount of limiting packaging. Is that correct?
That's right.
Great. So according to the application materials, the license expires on May 5th, 2024. What do we do in the event of the expiration of the license? It's no longer a legal use.
This is the same thing that we just faced, right? But then they extended it only 11 months now?
I don't know.
Is that?
I would make,
Twenty-three to June 24.
They
can I
said
make
May.
a proposal to the board, if Drew is still on there, that any new licensing gets submitted to the building inspector to continue compliance with all the other New York State regulations. That make the board feel comfortable that any new licensing would get submitted to Drew so it can go into the file, or Trish, or whoever you'd like. I mean, because the license is gonna run up each and every time, and just like a ball.
It only becomes an issue if they don't, for some reason, renew the legislation, right?
I would be happier if you're gonna approve a special use permit, that it be for a period that have to be renewed on May 5th, 2024. And then each interval after that, in accordance with the renewals from the state. Because you can't approve facility that may not be legal after May 5th, 2024.
How do we get to the May date?
That's
The license itself, the certificate of license.
So they extended the law to June, but the license was done on May, so no, okay.
So technically, the license expires on that date. Now, if it's continued, but you want to have some control over this.
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
Can I speak to this a little bit?
Sure.
Since I'm one of the license holders?
Yes, absolutely.
It's actually not the state that needs to do anything in this case. It's our license that expires at that point.
Right,
We will be seeking new license prior to that.
And then in
We
June,
would be the ones in trouble, not the town.
All right.
If we were operating without a license. So we obviously will be getting another license.
right, and then, but then they have to then extend the law
No,
from
it has
June.
nothing to do with the law.
The law is extended for only a year, correct?
So
That is
the
referring to the conditional licenses, which are a short-term thing. The state is allowing conditional license holders like ourselves to apply and get real licenses, adult use licenses, probably this fall. So those licenses will be in place long before May.
Ideally,
Well, I mean, obviously, I've invested my,
right.
my money, my relatives' money, my friends' money and everything in this. I'm not expecting to fail on that. The state is giving out these conditional licenses early to hemp growers to kickstart the operation. They want us to carry on. They're not interested in having to stop.
So then you could come back in May of
You can come
24
back
with
and
that.
tell us that you
with
got
that
no
license.
Right, yeah, we just can't assume that that's gonna happen.
So all he has to do is come back with it.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't have it.
Not even to us, I mean, not even to us, just to Drew, right? We don't even, we don't.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
So that's what I'm suggesting.
Right.
If you grant this, that it be,
Right.
and then you can decide what to do thereafter. If it's continued for another 2 years,
Yeah, for whatever term the license,
Right.
put the language, whatever term the license is good for, I guess they have to submit it to the code enforcement officer at,
show proof of renewal.
yeah,
But then there were some other things
okay.
to do with it. I can't find it. Do you have a copy of the state requirements for your permitting?
I have
That's what I'm looking for.
of the requirements for what will be the application that they need to put into place before June 1st.
No. What, there's yeah, that was, you guys sent it or somebody sent it around.
So,
Because there is a list of
Okay, so
regulations,
there's a list of things that you have to comply with.
which you found online.
You gave it to me. Well, somebody sent it to me. They are online.
I don't think it was me, but I just want everybody to know that that's by the list that's listed there. That's why it's been extended, is they're still working on the particulars of all the regulations that you're gonna have to submit to get the final licensing by June 1st, 2024. So those are in place, Warren, and you're correct, but they're, as an applicant, they're not required to submit those yet because they're not in their final form, even though that list is online.
All right, what,
But you have a product storage facility in Livingston, is that correct?
No.
Yes.
No,
No, I
mean, What's that
was a temporary place. We're not there anymore.
okay, but you have several storage facilities, right? You have,
We have one now
which one is that?
in Pine Plains. I'm sure.
One approved.
Right, but the ones that were approved prior had all these requirements. You were supposed to have a 8-foot fence with high tensile electric wire running around the entirety of the
No,
farm.
that's not the case. There are guidelines for the cultivation licenses that refer to cultivation. All that they have done in terms of our storage situation is require general terms, security. There aren't specific rules that we have to live within.
that's for the electric fence is for the field, right? And then
Packaging,
for the packaging?
yeah, that's what that's what this says.
Well, the regulations that you may be looking at are in process. They're still in public comment.
I'm looking at you used to have a product storage location, SKX LLC in Livingston, New York, right?
That is our description. What you're reading is our description of the situation there. That wasn't a requirement by the state.
It's not a requirement of the state that you have all those things?
No,
And you have the same thing for your other site?
Yeah,
well, we gave descriptions of each of
this
our
is all the
sites
security stuff.
in applying, and letting the state know where we were, but they don't have specific requirements. They have specific requirements that are guidelines at this point.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't remember any electric fence. Warren, this is from the state on their site. Show them where it starts security down there. And it's much more general and like it talks about having a vault in the inside or something, which,
All of this.
or we read it there, you see what.
State regulations are something the state can enforce as well. I don't think they're expecting the Pine Plains Planning Board to be enforcing their regulations, so. I think
You don't have to comply with these?
Well, it's outside of your purview, I would suggest. The planning board is here.
Well,
to
I
make
think,
sure that
I think the planning board can at least.
So I'll just interject. I think, Chris, we want to talk to the planning board and the planning board wants to talk to their consultant. Any questions that he has for them, we can then try to answer.
So you're not gonna have any security at this?
We already,
We submitted a security plan, which would have been in the paddock kit that you've received as well.
Okay, so you're gonna comply with the security plan,
Yeah.
so we can make that a condition of approval.
Yes.
Everything that you submitted, we can make a condition of approval.
Right.
Okay, I'll do that.
Anyone have
Make a
any-
motion, we close the public hearing.
I'll make that.
I just made it.
Oh,
I'll
I'll
second
second it.
1 second, guys. Let me just see. Can I see those things again? Let me just. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys.
My feeling is it's kind of like us, like we have a license and New York State inspectors come in and inspect
Right.
us 4 times a month for various things, like they're gonna be inspected by New York State, whatever. The town doesn't come in and say, you don't have your milk receiver's license, or you don't have your milk. I mean, I understand that.
But
this
you
is
can
not-
require that they comply with all the security and other requirements that are imposed on their facility by the state, no?
Sure.
Well,
happen to be.
what? So how the disconnect comes like, so if for some reason they weren't in compliance and the state like yanks their license, like, will we know? Will they'll be closed down, I guess, and they'll, I guess, can we put a language in there?
You'll know the day that they won't be in operation.
Right.
Yeah, they're similar.
But maybe they require.
Bar losing a liquor license, surveyor losing a license.
If my license is on the line for, I'm not gonna be operating, right? Like, I'm not gonna be doing it.
Yeah, I guess it's-
Imagine
all right.
this isn't either.
All right.
You got lost the license in here and protect all the towns where we have offices, wouldn't be necessarily notified, but be in very big trouble if we kept operating.
You won't know, but I think it would be prudent for the board to have me, when I do the resolution, require compliance with those measures that they submitted to us that they had at the other two facilities. Why should there be anything different in this facility than the other two facilities they were operating?
Well, I
Yeah,
think,
because
I
they
think
just
it's,
described what was at their
Right.
facilities when they were applying.
what they should, whatever,
Requirement in the state.
whatever requirements that they had to install in order to obtain the license for this location.
Right.
That's what we need to
Which
require.
they did to get the license for this location, so we could require that they meet those.
You know, I actually talked to Abe from the cannabis board and he had me say, oh, send me the stuff, you know, and he was gonna get back to me and then I never heard from him again. He sounded like he was gonna be helpful, but like, that was the end of that. I never heard from him again. And I don't even remember how, you know, I went through like some phone tree and I got transferred here and there, so I don't even know how to get back to him. But, okay. So, yeah, so we'll put that kind of language. in place. So there's a motion in front of us to close the public hearing from Dick, seconded by Vicky. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
You have to do your secret review.
Yes. Do we have the part two? Okay. Answer all the following questions. Will the proposed action create, obviously, as we usually do, I'll state the question. I'll propose an answer. If anyone has a problem with it, say something. Otherwise, I'm gonna move on to the next question. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity?
We have this. Yeah, that's it. Do you have the long form? They submitted a long. You could do a long form. Okay, you can do the long form.
The long form?
Yeah, they submitted it.
Like,
Here's the long.
this is theirs?
No,
I mean, it's like the
In other words,
18th.
You do part two.
They submitted a full EAF, so you have to do the part two of the full EAF, not the short one.
Oh my
If
God.
the answer is no to the first question, you don't answer. the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Impact on land. Any impact or proposed may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site. No. Any impact on geological features? No. Impacts on surface water. The proposed action may affect one or more wetlands or other surface water bodies. No. Impact on groundwater. No. Impact on flooding? No. Impact on air? No. From a rate, otherwise the proposed action may include a state regulated air emission source, so that's no. Impact on plants and animals. No. Impact on agricultural resources. Impact on aesthetic resources. No. Impact on historic or archaeological resources. No. Impact on open space and recreation. No. Impact on critical environmental area. No. Impact on transportation. No. Impact on energy. The proposed action may cause an increase in the use of any form of energy.
That'd be a yes.
That'd be yes. but not all,
A lot of snizzers will be sniffing.
yeah, it's all no, you guys know these, right? I don't have to go through each one of them. Impact on noise, odor, or light. The proposed action may result in increase in noise, odors, or outdoor lighting.
Maybe yes, but. they
Yes, but
minimize it.
no or small. So sound levels, no. In blasting, no. In routine odors for more than 1 hour per day. Well, it's not supposed to, but the mitigation.
They're already mitigating. it.
If they comply with all.
Right. The proposed action may result in light shining on adjoining properties. No. Creating a sky glow, no. Impact on human health, no.
Questionable.
Consistency with community plans. Wait, now this is the opposite one, right? The proposed action is not, no, okay, so is not consistent with adopted land use plans, no. Consistency with community character. The proposed project is inconsistent with the existing community character, no. Is inconsistent, right there. All right, so. Now what, Warren? Well, we got to review. Well, then there's this whole, but yeah, so now it's a part 3.
Yeah, just indicate that check off the box that says the application will not result in any significant environmental impacts, and a draft environmental impact statement need not be prepared.
Determinate, so it's a type 1 or unlisted action.
Is it on list?
Identify portions completed for part 1, part 2, now part 3 again.
The lodge. Can I get one?
Okay, so I'm going to check off this project will result in no significant adverse impacts on the environment, and therefore an environmental impact statement need not be prepared. Accordingly, this is a negative declaration. This negative declaration is issued. Oh, I messed that up. What is today? The 19th? Is it still?
For long.
It's different. I am the preparer. And A. Okay, you need to, if you can just fill out the contact information stuff. That,
Not a type 1, so you don't have to send it.
okay.
So I just need a resolution for the board authorizing me to prepare a resolution for you to pass at the next town planning board meeting. Approving the project subject to the conditions that we discussed tonight. That it will have to be renewed at the expiration of their license. That they'll comply with all of the rules and regulations and requirements from the state for operating this type of facility. And that, what was the last one?
Waivers for the acreage and the setback.
Can we approve that tonight?
I can either do one.
No, I have to do a written.
I
I
can,
have to put this into a written resolution.
I can either do one of two things. We can use a waiver of the existing offset to the existing building, or I can modify that tomorrow to tell you what the existing offset is, whatever makes you feel more comfortable.
Yeah,
Give me the numbers, I'll plug it in.
Yeah,
I can email.
well, I'm just, here we are.
Again.
They've been here twice, 3 times, four times.
started in March.
And it's bullshit to give them another 6 weeks before they can get approval of this thing. They gotta be able to move forward. It's a business. There you are,
So do what you wanna do.
I would move that we give the approvals.
Okay.
And as we have often done, Warren will send us a resolution as he
No,
understands
no,
it. That's what I'm
you
looking
can,
for.
you can vote to approve it, but you have to have a written resolution. We don't have that tonight.
I've been here, I've been many times, we've done resolutions. We understand what's gonna be in the resolution and we pass it, right? Hasn't happened. You have been
Right,
here many
yes.
times, many
What,
years.
what do you,
Conditional.
okay, so
Yeah.
if you had a approve, like, what is your next step as a business applicant? Like, you have to then send this to the state, or what do you look, what is,
We
what?
can just get right to work. We've been waiting for 5 months or whatever.
They have to
use
start
that
paying
space.
rent to
We're
get
paying rent on it and we would like to be able to start using it. We're not, you know, there's nothing complicated about this. Warren seems to want to hold it up.
No, Warren wants to make sure that we are following our policies and procedures and the laws of the state of New York and the laws of the town. And we have to follow these things. Because they're laws.
I believe.
Now, what's up, Wes?
I just think there's a little confusion, Mike. I think that once you pass, the resolution has to be written by New York Town state law, whether that's done in a week or whatever. But as long as you've given the resolution and voted approval, I don't think Drew is gonna tell them they can't start doing what they're doing until Warren's written out the thing. But that would be a question that I would like Drew to just confirm.
But
if
they,
he would.
but can't we say that he'll do the resolution? They don't have to come back to the next meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine.
Pass the resolution, I'd like to have a written resolution on that.
Right,
I think he'd be making a mistake not to do that.
right. So can we, is there a way to do this so that they can start? Go ahead, that they're getting
You can vote
approval
tonight to approve the site plan.
with the conditions that we
With the
discussed.
conditions that it be subject to a written resolution, which you'll formally adopt at the next meeting.
That's what we're looking for, is so everyone's
And
happy.
you and I discussed
And
it,
grant the
just
waivers
so for the
of-
record.
Yeah.
You and I.
Yeah, well, you,
I
when
asked
you told me you
if
weren't
needed a
gonna be able to get it.
resolution. I need to know the process that we usually follow, is that we'll close the public hearing and then do the resolution.
So, but is this a middle way we're talking about here?
What do you need from Drew at this?
Just that he won't shut them down, basically. Drew?
Drew, you.
Yes, Michael.
Does this sound okay with you, Drew?
If you guys vote and pass the resolution, I'm fine.
Well, pending the formal written resolution of next month.
Well, I mean, that's how you're gonna vote on it though, right? Pending that written?
Correct.
Well, you can vote on tonight.
Yes, if
And then
you
you'll
vote
vote
on it, I'm
You
comfortable.
reaffirm the written resolution when you're.
Okay, so can I have a motion
Yes.
subject to those conditions and pendings and everything?
So-
All in favor? All opposed?
I'm gonna abstain.
What?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. Were you recused from this for a second?
No, but not to be the boob in the room, but pot is still federally illegal. So anything that gets moved, even if we're moving towards decriminalization,
Okay, you just.
I'm not
That's fine.
voting on it, but I'm not gonna hold it up.
So. Whatever yes is with,
Do a roll call.
yeah, let's do a roll call now. Thanks, Ethan.
You're welcome.
Ethan,
Abstain.
Vicky,
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Oh, wait, are you in?
Am I allowed to?
Yes, you're in.
There's an abstain.
Yes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. So you voted yes? Kate? Hold on.
I'm not voting because I'm.
She's not-
is-
she's not.
is-
But,
We have 7. You all can get 7 votes.
right, all right.
Aye.
I'm all right. I even counted too. All right. And I said yes. And I said aye. So we have 6 ayes, 1 abstention. Yeah, all right.
You're in business.
I just make the note that all, Trish, I just want to make sure all the invoices are paid and we're current up to date.
Yes.
Thanks, Wes.
As of now, of all invoices we received, so. Okay, all right, guys, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Chris, I got the.
Okay,
On to the next.
do we have Frank? Is Frank and Sarah, you still there? I don't wanna-
Yes, we're here.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Oh, the, no, not at all. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah, I'm just, I gotta take a second. to go to that.
Warren, I didn't mean to give you a hard time there, but.
I'm sorry. No, we started
I-
an hour and a half early.
But nothing.
I know.
We
I
never
know.
saw anything about the roof.
We'll come down here Thursday.
This is all proposed.
Well, what's not right about that, the state has not really been very clear about what the regulations are. And it's kind of, you refer to the ones, what they did in Livingston. Well, that was a year and a half ago or whenever.
Those are the state
It's a
requirements.
different, they have different requirements now, I'm
You
sure.
guys made the decision.
It's a moving
Just
target.
Going on the record that I'm troubled.
Okay,
I think it would be fine.
we'll take our lumps if we're wrong. You can have our jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll gladly turn over yours.
You want to take this copy, Warren? This is all the,
Let me make sure, I think I have.
could you hand that to, yep, thank you. It's like
Yeah,
they sent their security plan and their O and M plan and whatnot, and that's all. That complies with that, but that's from September
Yeah, all
of
of
twenty
these have to be
twenty-two.
compliant.
Doesn't mean that they didn't change it.
I'll take this.
Yeah, go ahead.
State's just not doing a good job of,
Shocker.
I mean, it's a serious facility.
You're running into a lot
Yeah.
of different agencies.
And they're serious operators. They're not gonna mess around. They're not gonna mess around.
Okay.
They didn't sink all that money into it.
Right.
All that money for a license.
Yeah.
They're gonna.
No.
They're gonna.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's not like you're having. a-
I wasn't tapping you again.
Seriously.
Okay, Carson Power. Frank,
Thank you here.
hello, sorry, guys.
Tired.
We had problems and things ran long. All right, so where we are at, we had the public hearing where at the library 2 Saturdays ago, June 10th. And we ended up closing the public hearing in regards to seeker, subject to a written period that was where you could submit more written comments up until last Friday, that was.
Yeah.
To Friday at 4 p.m. Oh, you got the one in the mailbox? Did you get that? Yeah, he got that. I was actually here. He gave that to me. That was before the time. So now the seeker portion of the public hearing is closed. Frank, I guess, to talk to us about where we're at and the proceedings for going through the part 2.
Frank?
Oh,
Frank.
He hears us.
Can you hear us, Frank?
Can Sarah hear us?
I can hear you. Let
Okay.
me call Frank. Frank, can you hear us? Can't.
You're writing a sticky note, hold it up to the camera like a hostage situation.
Hi, Sarah. No, I can't. I don't know why I don't have audio. Okay. Well,
Technology, making our lives easier.
yeah, I
You can't
don't,
hear, but she can.
I'm unmuted. Let's try.
Sarah can hear us though.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
We hear you, Frank.
Yeah, I cannot.
Disconnected.
Is your volume muted? No, his volume, not his mic. His volume on his computer.
Or does he have earphones?
Not to do his heart.
Yeah, how's this? Well, yeah.
Frank, can you hear us?
No, I'm only hearing, I'm not, Sarah, I'll try
No, we
again.
can't hear you.
Yeah, let's see what comes up. Microphone array. Same as system. Realtek, I'll go with that. Yep, okay. Can you hear me? Oh, well, you can hear me. It's a matter
How
of
about,
mic.
we hear you, Frank, loud and clear. How about you? You hear us? No.
Frank, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Frank?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure that worked. You can't hear me at all?
We hear you.
Wow, let's see.
Bluetooth speaker for that computer.
Let me go to audio settings here.
Got everything.
Just, you can just call
Uh,
on cell phone, put it on speaker.
That's true.
Yeah, no, maybe so.
Let me just see.
I guess we're gonna have to do that. Well, he,
Or can you just?
I'll just put in, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let me turn up the volume here. How's that? I hear people.
we
Sorry.
hear you. We've heard you the whole time.
Very good.
There we
very
go.
good. I can hear everybody. I just turned up the volume on this. I don't know how it got turned down, but at any rate,
Ethan, never mind if you can hear us out there.
There we go.
yeah.
Oh, but it'll help with,
You can hear, everyone can hear everyone now.
yeah, we get
That's
it.
that's
We're
good.
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 That's good.
Okay, Frank, they had just given you the intro to,
You have Bluetooth on that computer?
That's fine. Well, I think I might just mention as a result of, the Saturday meeting, you closed, I think the action was that at the end of the meeting, you closed the hearing. But you kept it open for written comment until this past Friday. Sorry.
1 second, Frank, we're just gonna do one more thing.
Yep, no problem.
You see it on the Bluetooth? Available connection. What is this thing called?
UE something. Mobile boombox, maybe.
This your ones?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Don't worry.
Attach you to a speaker.
Frank? Can you hear us, Frank?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Mic in it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right, and you see?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
No, but he's talking on the thing.
For now, it's not doing anything.
This time that hers.
I can hear all of you. Can you hear me?
There's no way to tell.
Try one more, just say something one more time.
Yes, can you hear me?
No, got nothing. Now we have nothing. Just turn it off. It was a good shot.
What is that?
That's strange. They could just hear me, right, Sarah? When
Yeah,
I-
no, we're good. We were just trying to hook up a speaker so Warren can hear better.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's, it was,
Confuse the computer.
yeah, because it has a mic and everything. You forget that, right? So it started,
I don't think it does on this one.
but anyway. All right, so. Well, Warren's moved closer, so hopefully, okay, Frank, go ahead.
Right. Well, I think where we left things, a week ago Saturday on the 10th, the planning board closed the hearing. You left it open just for written comment until 4 o'clock this past Friday. And we did see a couple of letters from residents come in We also saw submissions from the applicant on the conservation plan, and then answers to some of the questions about consistency with the master plan. So I think, you know, the record is, the public hearing is now closed, and you've got all of the comments to consider. And I think where we left it from the part 2 EAF that we went over on the 10th, on Saturday morning with you all, we had checked off prior to that meeting 3 large impacts on the part 2 EAF. And that was a result of discussions with you over the past few months. In other words, there's 18 categories of impact on the EAF that DEC asked you to look at. And the 3 that we had checked really were habitat, natural resources, and that was 1. And then the second one was visual, aesthetics, and the third one was community character. I do think that in your meetings, Saratoga Associates went into tremendous detail actually on visual. And that was done in a little bit more of a summary way last Saturday. But I think that the visual analysis, you have a lot more information on now. I think the 2 things that have not changed dramatically are the amount of forest cover that might be lost. And I think that's what a town board member spoke to on the 10th, Sarah Jones. And then the other one is community character, that this does, community character is such a vague kind of category, but what it talks about is there a clash between this use and surrounding uses. So, I mean, there's views of that, I think that one of the speakers from the town board gave one view on the impacts of, vegetative loss, about 26 acres or so, 27 acres. And that was her major point. And then some other people had talked about the change in character that this would represent. So those are the two. I think where I left it was that in the EAF now, probably those are the 2 remaining decision points, I think, for the board. I mean, this is a call really by your board. You're the lead agency, but I think you have now probably all the material that you need or that you've requested. The applicant, we feel, has been responsive in terms of what we were asking for. But there's these 2 remaining, I would say, large impacts. And are they, in your minds, the 2 remaining? By that I mean, again, habitat or forestry, the loss of trees, as one impact that might be large. And then the other is the sort of change in character from sort of more agricultural or rural to this solar proposal. So I think those are the 2 large impacts. Does the board feel that these rise to a level of significant and adverse, or are they impacts that if we take all of the mitigation measures that the applicant has suggested and make them part of the action, which the applicant said on the 10th they were willing to do, and they've said in the submission they made Friday, if they do all those things, then do those impacts, which are large, not rise to the level of significant adverse? And if they don't, and that's your general feeling, then, if we get that feeling tonight, I know you're only beginning your discussions tonight. We haven't, as far as I know, you haven't really deliberated on this exact issue, but that it comes down to, I think, those 2 big impacts or large impacts and your judgment of them. If your judgment is that they don't, if everything is incorporated as part of the action that the applicant has promised, do those impacts not rise to a level of significant adverse impacts. If they don't, and that's your general direction tonight as one option, then I think we would have some time with Warren to prepare that Part 3 EAF. And in this case, it would be a negative declaration. However, on the other hand, I think if you do feel that loss of forestry or habitat and the change, the type of nature this represents, and the change in the character of that area rises to a level of significant adverse impacts, then we would prepare, Warren would eventually prepare a resolution. We'd prepare an EAF that has a positive declaration. That positive declaration would require an environmental impact statement. So those are the two choices. Is it really a negative declaration that you would be heading toward, or is it a positive declaration? And I think the two remaining impacts that I see, or I think Sarah and I see from what we've heard, is those are the two large impacts that really remain now as a decision for the board. And I think we would see tonight as the beginning of your deliberations. You might not want to, I realize it's 9:30, so you may only want to start those deliberations tonight and get some sense, of where, if you're ready to do that, get some sense of where the board is heading. And, or if you need another meeting to do that, you can take another meeting too. But that would give us an indication, and we would then start working on one or the other, a negative deck or a positive deck. If it's a negative deck, we would incorporate it we'd make sure that all of the impacts, all of the mitigations, I should say, the changes that the applicant has made are incorporated into the negative deck, into the Part 3. If it's not, then we would do a positive deck and give a reason for the positive deck. We would say that, one of these large impacts has in your mind become one that is significant and adverse and would require an EIS. So those are the two issues. And I thought maybe it would be good to just step off tonight and start your deliberations on this. And I would defer to Warren if I've missed something, Warren, on this issue.
No, I think you got it. Basically, if I heard it right, the planning board has already answered in the Part 2 all of the questions except for the habitat, aesthetics, and community character, indicating that it would be a small or no impact. So what's left for the town board, planning board to resolve is how they feel about those three remaining issues, which were identified as moderate to large impacts, the habitat, aesthetics, and community character. I think the board needs to discuss it and weigh in on those factors.
Yeah. Let's do the community character. Well, first of all, the board agree that those are the outstanding issues.
Yeah, no, I agree. If we get beyond those, then everything else would lead towards a negative.
So if we, I would say, look at the community character aesthetic one first, and then what I would use the stickier one second. So what, did everyone get to review the submission by John Lyons and Nan, and then the answer from the applicants? Yes. I thought there was, we don't have that. No, I didn't even have it in print. The thing from the applicant, like the answer, the
response.
The response. Yeah,
John
to
Lyons.
John Lyons. This is the Lyons. But then there was the response. Is it on here? Is it attached?
I don't have the response.
Oh, okay. Because they cited a case, and I wanted to hear Warren's opinion about that site that they did. It seemed directly on point.
They were with that, you know.
See here.
So
You don't have it, Andrew, do you? Do you have the response?
That response I did drop off, the EAF narrative, so if you flip to the back, it's a summarized version of what was in the through that one. There should be enough for everybody.
The one from your attorney I'm looking for.
I did not print that one.
but
I
just
have it
to-
electronically if you want me to share it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Hang on.
What did he say?
Sarah's gonna put it up on the screen.
So what, just to clarify, are we dealing with the number 17 and 18? Because it's the consistency with community plans and consistency with community character.
Yeah, by the way, I would repeat just for for all of you, in what we handed out on the 10th, there were 3 impacts. And the one we're talking about now, my understanding is if you look at the EAF that we handed out, consistency with community character was item 18 on the EAF. And we had checked there based on our past discussions with you, 18E and F on the EAF. What they say are the proposed action is inconsistent with predominant architectural scale and character. And then that the proposed action is inconsistent with the character of the existing natural landscape. So that was the one we thought was one that, had a large impact. On the other one, in answer to your question, which is item 17, consistency with community plans. As you know, we assisted a committee in writing your community plan. And on that one, on page 31 of the plan, we had mentioned climate change and promoting land conservation and renewable energy as a goal of the plan. So in discussions with you in a past work session with Warren, I thought we had come to the conclusion, or the board had come to the conclusion that item 17 in the EAF, consistency with community plans, was not at issue. We had checked that as having no impacts. So I just wanted to differentiate an answer to your question that consistency with community plans has not been checked in the past. But what has been is consistency with community character, item 18 on the EAF.
Right, but I think what came up at the hearing was that people feel that there's not a consistency with the community plan.
Well, people suggested that, but what is the board?
No, I'm just bringing it.
Right,
So
right.
that's
Yeah.
what Nan said.
Yeah, that was like
Right.
Nan's argument.
Right, that was.
Yeah, I think what we had discussed in the past, and again, I would stand corrected by others. We had discussed this with the board in the past, and I just cited to you page 31 of the community plan, which we helped write. We actually wrote that section. And we do mention climate change and promoting land use conservation and the use of, renewable energy in the plan. And then later, as you know, the board, that is the town board, also, appointed a committee to work on drafting a solar legislation, and then they adopted it. So I think those 3 different points do countermand, if you will, what Nan had written. I think in essence that Nan is not correct in what she said. But, again, that's up to the board. And I thought the board had, in past discussions, agreed with that position. But you're right that the board can always, reverse direction on that. But that was one that we thought was not, in other words, we do not agree with Nan on that.
So Warren, what they cited was North Shore Steakhouse. Do you have their response there on the page?
I have the response. Has everybody read the response from the applicant to that?
That's what I'm talking about. Hodgkins Ross
Yeah.
on page 3, where he cites this North Shore Steakhouse, where it says the inclusion of the permitted use in the ordinance is tantamount to a legislative finding that The permitted use is in harmony with general zoning plan and will not adversely affect the neighborhood.
There is case law to that effect. Yes, that's.
I mean, it
accurate.
seems
And there are
right
other
on
cases
point, right?
which state that. But I'm just looking at what was submitted by the applicant in response. The discussion about consistency with community plans, which is much more elaborate, which I don't know if you want to read that or discuss that.
What section, do we have it pulled up?
We have it pulled up, Sarah.
What
just-
page?
Page 15.
Page 15.
Till my
Yeah.
This is what was submitted by
You can read that.
Bergman, the engineers, in response to that. There was also a very elaborate argument made by the attorney for the applicant in response to Nan Stolzenberg's arguments. Where is that?
That's what you were just reading.
The Hutchin Russ, you know,
Yes.
that's the letter, her letter dated June 16th. I mean, I've read those. I don't know if everybody else.
Yes. Did everyone read that response? So in my mind, that answers the community plans.
It's your
In
decision.
mind.
What about the zoning? Because zoning section 275-3 refers to a number of items which are not consistent with this project. So I don't. I'm just-
What do
The
you?
zoning law, the town, section 275-3, authority purpose.
Okay, what is inconsistent?
Item D is to protect the town's sensitive environmental features, including but not limited to ridgelines and steeply sloping hillsides, streams, wetlands, floodplains, and other surface water features, groundwater resources and ecosystems, including protection of the town's biodiversity. So I think that's just one of.
Is that in the special permit or the site
No,
plan?
that's in the zoning laws,
Yeah, but which section is that special permit? Zoning laws.
chapter 275 zoning.
Can I see it? I'm sorry.
I think you're citing from the special permit.
This is the scope and authority and purpose of the zoning.
Yeah.
So where was that section you just read to me? Yeah.
D. And then E is also relevant to.
But this is the purpose for zoning enactment, right? Or this section more in here. Authority and purpose. That just,
Yeah, those are just,
That's just saying what it's.
those are just generic provisions that are put in the zoning law. You find them in almost all zoning laws.
so
Right, but-
what does that?
Comply with those.
But this item refers to local land use plans or zoning regulations.
Which I do.
This FEAF 17,
Mhm.
17C.
So this is the beginning of the zoning law
You know,
that,
we're on 17C, maybe, Sarah, so that they all follow. Could you bring up the EAF?
Can you see it?
Everybody, yeah, that's it. And it's it's the last page, page 10. And I think the question being raised is 17C.
isn't that
proposed
section
action-
just to justify the purpose of the zoning in
Yeah,
general?
just a generic provision in the zoning law that applies to the entire.
That's not the regulation.
They're not.
It's explaining why we're
It doesn't
adopting
indicate
zoning
that
and
this
giving the
application is
authority.
a Violation of any provision. of the zoning.
Yeah, I think though that very specifically to this 17C, that the proposed action is actually consistent with the zoning regulations because the zoning regulations now allow tier 3 solar. They're also, I think, consistent with the plan as we discussed with the board in the past, because the plan refers generally to climate action and to renewable resources. It doesn't specifically mention solar, but I think the plan is a more general item which sets the stage for zoning. So I think specifically in answer to the question of 17C, our sense was the proposed action is consistent with the comprehensive plan of the town and specifically with the zoning regulations. because the town board went ahead and adopted the solar regulations, which are part of the zoning code. Unless I'm missing something,
No,
no.
Yeah, and I believe that the zoning law was initiated by a Democratic majority town board and was passed by a Republican majority town board. And to me, that gives it a whole lot more credence than just, one group put it in. People agreed over a period of time.
And that's why on
That's 4
section
years.
17, the whole of section 17, we did not see that. We didn't check it, as you see,
Right.
as any large impact. We thought, in other words, the proposed action, we don't agree with Nan on this. And that is that the proposed action we felt was consistent with the comprehensive plan because, I don't know, I guess we were so involved in the comprehensive plan and helping to write it. We didn't see any inconsistency with it. And then the town board went ahead with zoning, and they specifically adopted a solar ordinance, which specifically allows this tier 3 application. So I think that's why we did not check 17C as having any impacts.
Yeah, I in my mind, that 17 is settled. If anyone, I know I sorry you feel a little differently on it, or
I mean, I feel differently, but, I don't think that because you pass a solar law means that every tier 3 project should be approved. I think it has.
No, it
But
doesn't.
is it consistent
Absolutely
with
not. Absolutely not.
it's consistent with but is
I don't agree, but, that's just one voice, so.
I just want to get it straight. Who's voting on this? Are you
that's what I'm
are you
saying.
voting or are you an alternate at this
I'm an
point?
she's an
You
on.
can't,
But I can ask questions.
She can't
as a
opine.
member of the public,
She can.
unless you're filling in for a board member on this discussion. This discussion is for the board members who will be voting.
So I
I
can't
just
ask
want to be
questions.
careful, make sure you're not,
Okay, no, I'm just asking, I can't ask any questions.
you can, I guess you can answer questions, but I just want to make it clear, I just want to know
We're
who
not
is voting
We're not
on,
voting.
who is making decisions tonight. on
No,
this
but if we
application.
decide we want to do a neg deck, we have to tell Warren and Frank to go draft this thing for over the next month and more.
And plus, we've had.
We
as
have
long
to give
as-
them direction to what.
Yeah.
We just, you have to be very careful about alternates, and the alternates can substitute in certain cases where you don't have the quorum, but tell
So,
me if,
well,
No,
he's
that's how-
first alternate, so technically tonight.
Okay.
Wait, again, wait, so so
Yeah.
Scott is,
I need to say something.
okay,
The alternates have always been welcome to ask questions and express their opinions at all times.
I also.
And there's no reason for our lawyer to tell us how to do our business on
Alright.
this issue.
okay.
I have a big problem with that.
And what I was gonna say next, was that,
She can ask questions.
I have
but
no
she can't
problem with
vote.
her asking
Thank
questions.
you.
I just wanted to make it
and
clear
we, and,
who's making
and
the
to me,
That's not what you say.
Sarah, I know, all right.
Okay, so let me.
So what-
correct it.
I think where we check, if I might just suggest, if you, as Sarah has this up, if we go down to item 18, that's the one we checked. That's the one
I
we checked.
might
is
even
having-
ask her a question.
Oh, sorry.
Opine, we rely on all our members' expertise and insights and viewpoints. And Helen is been very valuable in this process
I
and
agree.
helping to root out the issues. And okay, so again, so no one has a problem checking no on 17 and moving on to 18. No, on 17 as a, no,
As a whole.
as a whole. This is the plan. So now we're going down to 18.
Right.
18, we had two, E and does anyone see any others besides the two that are in the yes column? And the moderate to large column right now. The other things are all correct.
Yeah, these are the ones I think that, our understanding is where the board had left off its past discussions, that this is why I wanted to raise this. as something that we had thought was a large impact. It's 18. And then as you can see, there in yellow, it's E and F. And, that now the applicant has submitted something to you that, says that, their view is that it doesn't rise to this level. But I think the past discussions we had with the board, we had checked these off as large impacts. And just to read them, the proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character. I think that's probably true. The question is the extent to which it is, and whether the board thinks that rises to the level of a significant adverse impact. And then the second one is F, proposed action is inconsistent with the character of the existing natural landscape. And I think the answer is yes, it is. But the question is, how great an impact is that?
And Frank, if I may, just for the board's edification here, you can click both E and F, moderate to large, and just in that part 3, it does require, if you click any that are part or moderate to large, that you can either provide a narrative that explains why they're moderate to large but don't rise to the level of significant adverse impacts. So you don't have to change these to no or small to still move forward with a neg deck. You can leave them as they are, and then we would provide a narrative as to why it's not significant, or you may find that they are significant, and that's the discussion you'll have now. But you can leave them moderate to large and still go with a neg deck or a pos deck.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's thanks, Sarah. And I think we have consistently tried to say that where we check something off as large, well, actually, when you read the beginning of this EAF, there's a little section in it, and DEC itself says just what Sarah said, and that is that if you check off large, that doesn't mean you can't make a neg deck. You can, provided that you show why that doesn't rise to a level that's significant and adverse. So that's the issue. Yeah. So 18, when we checked off, to summarize again, the ones that we checked off, 18 was one of them. And then, the impact on plants and animals, item 7 in the EAF, was the second one that we checked off. And Sarah's brought that up now, and that's the impact on plants.
We're just talking about that you could check yes, but
It's still check no.
right.
Yeah.
So those are the two. So just back to the community character. So let's
Yeah,
finish.
sorry. Yep.
Let's finish dealing with that. So the argument, I guess, would be that it's inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character, yet mitigated by its placement and trees and etc. as far as and therefore not adverse. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's, the applicant is trying to make that, comment, but this has to be a board decision on it. And, in terms of how this solar farm, with the things they've tried to do, and that's the putting a conservation easement on their plant, they're promising replacement plantings, that type of thing. But there's still this proposed action. It's not actually consistent with what exists there now in terms of the agricultural architectural scale. But how does the board judge that? Have they surrounded it enough with vegetation and trees and other mitigation measures that they've taken or not? In terms of the impacts here. So that is one that I think the board, this one is one that the board should deliberate on. Do you want to go the other two just to cover them?
Well, just so and Kate just walked out for a second. We'll get her back here. So the question to the board is, does those two yeses, does anyone disagree with those two yeses? No, I mean, correct, right. Right. So do we think that any of those rise to an adverse impact that would cause a positive declaration? Significant.
That's standard.
Yeah, I think one thing that comes to mind when I think about this project is in general, it is right next to an industrial site, which is the Central Hudson substation.
Yes.
And so it is not like totally off the wall that there's another electric facility near this, adjacent to the location. And, you know, in terms of the character of that particular site, but it's also, it's also up out of the way. I mean, it really is not, you can drive on 199 forever and you'll never see this project. And so in terms
Once
of
the construction.
right, okay, true enough. But I mean, you know, it's in terms of architectural impact, you know, character, it's not going to influence that at all. It won't change the way Pulver's Corners looks or the surrounding areas, as far as I'm concerned.
So the question is, does everyone, all the members feel that while it is checked yes, we don't feel that this rises to a significant adverse impact, and we move on to the animals and plants thing? No objection.
I have no guidance. Why doesn't everybody indicate how they feel? Yeah.
You want me to roll call that?
I
Okay.
think we should have a record of how each board member.
All right, okay, all in favor of moving on to that this section, while checked yes, is not a significant adverse impact. Ethan?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
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 I fill in for.
Yes, you're filling in for Al.
You can
Yes.
vote. Oh, thank.
Yes.
And I agree also.
There's a point I wanted to bring out that's out of the seeker handbook, case law from not that far, Village of Chestnut Ridge versus Ramapo, which they said the power to define the community character, this quote from the case, from the ruling. The power to define the community character is a unique prerogative of the municipality acting in its government capacity. In other words, interpreting that to this situation, yes, there's no solar there right now, but it's already been enacted by the town board. And we've been deliberating on this. We've had 1.5 years worth of meetings in 8 months or whatever it's been. So there's already case law, very well developed, and that's only one case. There's plenty of cases in that book regarding community character. I thought this was a non-starter from the start, personally.
All right, so therefore, the one remaining area is.
Item 7, Sarah, could you go? Oh, you got it.
Yep, we're
Sorry.
good.
You're ahead of me.
And
And Sarah has it
I'm
up on
sorry.
the screen.
7 and 9,
Yes, so,
aesthetics and
yeah,
All
so
right.
if we,
Oh, we'll just, since we got it up, we'll do this. So this is probably the bigger thing.
yeah,
Um,
so you can see what's been checked there as moderate to large is B, number 7B. The proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species as listed by the New York State or the federal government. Let me explain this. There's when we did this, this was before Saturday, the 10th. I think it was on either Friday, the 9th, or the Thursday, the 8th of this month. We did get a letter from, I should say the board got a letter on this very matter from, the federal government. And I think everybody's got that letter. That letter did not raise objection on this issue. So I think I should just mention that because that was a letter that came in that we were waiting for. As you know, you as a board, you asked Warren fisheries had never responded to the request of the applicant. So Warren wrote a letter to them and they responded just before the public hearing. So that's, their letter is a matter of record now for the hearing. So that may change this issue of item 7B because they've responded there with a letter of no objection in terms of rare, threatened, or endangered species. DEC also, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation also responded. So it would probably leave for your deliberations and consideration. D, the proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any species of special concern and conservation need as listed by New York State or the federal government. Again, this is probably modified a bit, but I don't think it takes away entirely your judgment as a planning board. You're the lead agency. So I think still on this one, impact on plants and animals, there is that impact mentioned last Saturday on, just the forested part of this, even though they have taken actions to try to mitigate the number of trees they affect. But we still wanted to highlight this item 7.
And I think G and H on the next page play into that too, with the forested removal,
Yes, there it is. Yep.
particularly H.
Yep. Thanks, Sarah.
Michael?
Yes,
I've got a lot of comments on this, so I hope you don't mind if I go.
Sure,
through
go
some
ahead.
Questions, but for Andrew, the email that we received from DEC does not mention the Indiana bat. It just mentions the bog turtle and the long-eared bat. So we haven't had an opinion from them on the Indiana bat. The letter from Fish and Wild, both of the communications from both of those agencies relate to the tree cutting, not to the entirety of the project. And I think that's a really important thing to look at in these communications, because they're not approving the project and saying that there's no impact to these species. They're just saying that if you cut the trees in that window, then there is unlikely to be take. And that's very different from stating that there's no impact to these endangered species. And I think that that's a really important thing to be considering for the board.
And meaning that they're losing habitat.
They're
For the next season.
losing habitat. And so while the tree cutting may not incidentally kill any of them, the fact is that they're losing habitat. So George mentioned early on in the process that this is bat habitat. And it's not just these, I mean, the endangered species are the ones which DEC and Fish and Wildlife really focus on, but there's a lot of other bats in the area. And it's not just those bats that are impacted potentially by this project. And I think that the 7A, we don't know the answer. We don't know the answer to most of these questions because we don't have the information. So I feel that, this is just my opinion, obviously, but the letters from those two agencies do not address this project. They address the tree cutting. And that's just one element of this project. So I think that 7A and B are to be discussed.
Where would you get the answers?
You'd have to do surveys. So
Expand on that. I mean,
yeah, so I think if you.
how would you really know what's
Yeah, so-
alleged versus what's
What's
real? What is alleged, what is a potential
Right.
versus what is actual?
Well, you'd have to do a site survey. So you'd have to do, if you wanted to survey bats, for example, you could use an echolocation approach and you would be able to determine which bats are on the site. But the report which Hudsonia submitted is very detailed in what they propose you would need to do to really get an understanding of what the impacts are to this on this land.
So when you would get those results, would you not be in a position to say, where would you draw the line?
Well,
And say
I
if it
think-
was adverse to,
Yeah,
a minimal
Well, I
number
think,
of-
I think if you knew, I think that would be to be discussed. I think it's very difficult to postulate what that might be, but I'm just saying that if we don't know what we've got on the site, it's very difficult to determine how big the impact is or whether it's significant.
Oh, yeah, I was
So-
just going one step
Yeah.
further, that if you do know that,
Right,
is,
Then
does
I
that
think-
warrant?
right. Well, then I think you might have conversations about mitigation measures, potentially. Or, you know, changing the size of the tree clearing or something which would, you know, we just don't have any facts about. We don't have the facts to be able to.
Well,
make
wasn't
these
there like
decisions.
some numbers that we were given as, what is the, where the place the bats go? The George, maybe you know me with that. That's it. That there was, they went and identified like where they are and there was none within X number of meters or something to that effect. It wasn't that in a report we received?
Not from,
Right. Well, it's from the
it was
ex, from the expert that was the applicant hired.
Yes, there was, yeah.
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 They did study bog turtle habitat, they studied the bat.
No, but the bats were determined to be within range of this project site. That's what the DEC.
They're within
Right, but
range,
not in the
for sure.
site, they're
Yeah,
not on the
they're
site.
not on the site.
Well, we
They're
don't know
within
that,
ranges.
we don't know that, because
Well,
we
there's-
haven't been, we haven't had.
No,
a
no, I mean the
photo.
hibernac, like.
The hibernac.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no,
not
but
on
I'm
the
not-
site,
I'm talking about bats roosting on the site
Right.
in the summer months.
for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, but, okay, so wait, wait.
Now,
Yeah,
we could go up in the field and at dusk we could see.
well, we could have a.
I mean, that's how everybody else
But,
finds their bats.
but I have, okay, hold on a second. So first of all, we know that the bats could go there now, but they're not cutting except, all bats, they hibernate on the same schedule, right, George? There's no bats that are gonna be there during the cutting time, just because it's not like Indiana bats or the ones that are not endangered will nest there and they might get taken. Or is that, or maybe?
I think.
No, they
my-
come at a certain time.
They,
and
they generally come at a certain time. Again,
Right.
the state and the federal government, put these restrictions on certain ones because they're endangered or
Right.
threatened. The idea being that, of course, if you had an incidental take on one that wasn't endangered or threatened, it still wouldn't be a significant adverse impact because there's so many of them. So that's why they focus our attentions on certain,
Well, I think-
populations and not on others.
Right.
But I think if you have to get a permit to kill bats. That's the whole point of this process is if there's a risk that you're gonna kill them, you have to have a permit to do that.
But if you,
But again, the other thing to remember too is, I mean, again, it's not. Again, to put it in perspective. You're a lead agency and you sent applications out to everyone and asked if they wanted to be lead agent and the DEC denied, Fish and Wildlife denied, right? And they've had the project in front of them and they've been asked to provide correspondence. And so I guess we can't ignore the fact that they did provide correspondence and in that correspondence, they didn't say. Like,
Well-
some agencies do. This doesn't fall under my purview, but you may want to do this. I mean, like sometimes the DEC will send me letters when I'm designing things and say, well, you don't need this permit that you asked for, but by the way. Don't forget, you're gonna need this one, but that's a local one. You're gonna need this and that's from Army Corps. I didn't see any of those if statements in what they gave me saying, but go do this other study or go check something else.
so
But
just to
they-
be clear, so the bat window is only for these endangered species and other bats could have different windows,
Potential.
potentially, okay.
So, but their letters only refer to the tree cutting, and
Right.
also they do not respond to the communications which STV sent requesting feedback on the forest analysis that was done. There's no comment on any of that.
Yeah, maybe I could add to what George said. I agree that the DEC letter and Fish and Wildlife, as you well said, is not an encyclopedic letter. In other words, in context, our experience with them has been what George has said. They answer a question given to them, and they did answer it in terms of certain endangered species. But they did not raise an objection, or they did not ask for further studies, neither agency. So in effect, those agencies, in the fact that they did not do that, are leaving it to the planning board. And the planning board, as the lead agency, has to, eventually make a determination. It may be that you want to do further study, in this area, but it is up to the board. In other words, those agencies have now commented within the public comment period, and they're not obligated to comment any further on it. So I think it's up to the board here to decide on these issues. That's just the further context I wanted to add, because George is right. If an agency had, a real concern here, they would have said so, I think.
I think they do the bare minimum.
And, well, but they do the bare minimum, but they leave because they answer the questions that's put before them, right? And they don't want to.
Well,
Right, but they did
don't want to
answer.
get out over their skis or
Right.
answer something else, but like I said, and again, I can't put words in their mouth, I'm just saying in my personal
Right.
experience. When they feel that there's something that I, as a designer, should be looking at, like, that I haven't asked them. Or that
They're
maybe
not
doesn't
gonna
even
hold
fall
back.
under their purview. They'll clearly state that, hey, this isn't their permit, but, or theirs to give, but you should go see this or that, and then when I have to give that correspondence to the planning board. So they get through their deliberations, they can look at it and go, hey, George. They told you to do these 3 things, where are we with those? Kind of to give you a heads up that maybe you should be looking at those. I'm just, this is good.
The other question is like it's at the maximal 29 acres, whatever, it's a little less than that, whatever, what per actually, with all the different hedgerows and such. What does that represent in the, as a percentage of, the habitat
As
in
a
in this,
percentage?
in the town of Pine Plain?
Statistically negligible as a percentage.
It seems large, but when,
The number seems large. Yeah, if you looked at it as a percentage of overall bat habitat in Pine Plains or New York State,
well, let's
It
do
just-
it.
disappears.
Well, we don't know that because we don't know what the intensity of the bat populations on that site is. We just
Do
don't know.
bats roost in pine trees?
Andrew has a comment.
Mainly in shag hickory trees.
They like the shagbark hickory because it has that exfoliating bark. Right, so that's why it's a classic
So
spot.
they're
But
in
again, if
what
you had
type of
just
tree?
Shagbark hickory,
And
but if
do
you
we
had a
know
pine tree,
how
for
many of
instance, that
those
would.
trees in that?
2,
There are 2.
if
Well,
I recall correctly.
That, again, we haven't had an actual survey done. We don't know that. And they also roost in rock crevices and other.
How do we know there's
trees.
only 2 trees?
We
then?
sent a DEC certified forester on site, but it's beyond the point. I think we do have the numbers for the forested habitat. The tree cover survey analysis studies a 2.5 mile radius. This was submitted to the DEC and US Fish and Wildlife. Both agencies needed this before they would give us a determination of their take. So
Well,
pre-project, it's 44.1% cover. Post-project, it's 43.9% cover. And we need to stay above 35. So it's a negligible change and it's still way above the threshold.
Cover of what? What does that cover? In that radius?
2.5 mile radius. Yeah, so we drew a circle around the project and then establish forest patches and then.
Right. But Andrew, in your letters, you request them to give you an opinion on those forest cover analysis and they don't.
Well, they're studying these analysis to determine if they can issue the letter. of
No,
intent.
because the letter doesn't have anything to do with the project. It just has to do with tree cutting.
No, it does. It very specifically describes the.
It's just
installation of the
refers,
solar
it just
project.
refers to the, yes, it just refers to the tree cutting. That if this tree cutting happens in this window, then it's unlikely to have a take.
I thought it
doesn't
just said
refer-
within 2.5 miles.
Correct, 2.5 mile radius. The agencies are studying for the species that come up on the mapper, right? So both agencies indicated it would be northern long-eared, Indiana, and the bob turtle. And we sent STV on site to do an on-site investigation, which they did. We then complied with both agencies' process. We had to go ahead and do the forest cover survey analysis, which is not always a requirement, but it was in this case, so that they could review that. And both agencies reached the same conclusion of no take, which they don't always do. I have other projects where they come back and they ask for additional studies, and they might ask for somebody to go on site, or they might ask for more detailed forest cover survey analysis. In the case here, it was so well above the threshold, there was no need for additional study. It was clear.
The EC's letter doesn't include the Indiana bat.
I actually think the Indiana bat, it commonly is doesn't always require the forest cover survey now. So you always do both, but it doesn't always.
No, but it's related to the DEC statement saying there's no take does not include the Indiana bat, and it does not refer to the forest cover analysis.
You have a copy of the
Yeah.
The
Fish and
DEC,
Wildlife? You're talking about the Fish and Wildlife?
Fish and Wildlife.
No, the
The
DEC email, they just sent an email.
That's what they can really send the email. I'm sure we could ask them to review their email to see if there was a reason the email that was omitted. I'd suggest the board.
Well,
include
and
that
what-
as a
in
condition.
Fish and Wildlife, they didn't mention them either, or what did they mention?
No, they mentioned the species, but they just refer to the tree cutting. They don't refer to the overall project.
But what else would affect the panel?
The removal of habitat in general and the.
Well, that's the tree kind.
Well,
No, it's
so the
the
active tree
effect of-
cutting versus the
Not.
effect of not having.
Yeah. If I could add in the context.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Frank.
If I could add context again, DEC and Fish and Wildlife did in fact both give no objection letters. So I think what's being asked here is, well, they could have done more, but the fact is they didn't. So they are in effect deferring to the planning board as lead agency to either your own studies or the applicant's studies, which one of them is STV's studies. So otherwise you're caught in a sort of, again, an endless circle here of going back and forth with agencies, which the agencies don't expect. They were requested to say something. They did. They found no objection to this. I'm not arguing that this should not be, item 7 should not be a large impact. We have checked off a large impact in some of these. But I think in essence now, those agencies have signed off and they're leaving the decision to you as the lead agency. They haven't objected to anything and they haven't asked you to do more study. So it is up to you, the board, the planning board, as to whether you want to do more studies and whether you think they're merited and how great this impact is. And we have checked it off as an impact for your consideration. But I think at this point, you need to kind of look at, this has been a sort of this has been an unusually long public hearing process of 6 months. You've had a public hearing open. And theoretically, in those 6 months, you're gathering the information that you feel is necessary for your decision-making process. So then that's why on the 10th, I asked if you were comfortable to close the hearing, and you did close the hearing. So I think in effect now, these agencies have actually signed off with no objection letters. That doesn't mean that they've studied everything. That doesn't mean that they've answered every question. But they leave that to you, the lead agency now, to proceed with a decision as to the importance of these different things on this item 7.
All right.
When I was thinking about trees, I thought that maybe the applicant could be approached about reducing the size of the project to reduce the amount of trees being cut, or alternately doing other plantings on the property, maybe in particular shagbark hickory trees, or something that would mitigate the concerns about bats. Terms, I don't know if that's.
Yeah, by the way, I think if I could say, I think that is the essential question. And that is section 7, which Sarah has up, item H. And that addresses, it says the proposed action requires the conversion of more than 10 acres of forest, grassland, or other regionally or locally important habitat. And that's a question. I think that they are above the 10 acres. I think they're more like 27 or between 27, 29 acres. The applicant will have to correct me on that. So I think that's the essential question here. How great an impact is that? Because it is above what 7H says.
So what, just to respond to Dick, I guess the hopefully this thing doesn't.
It won't bite.
When the project was cited, there certainly was an ability to just avoid any forested area, and we could have put the array on the open fields off Bean River or of 199, and the decision was not to do that, but instead to concentrate the array farthest away from public. Right, so there's a compromise there, and we mitigated towards any sort of aesthetic impact through that. Say additionally, we do have a few bat boxes proposed, and we have 2 bat boxes, there's 2 hickory trees. The biggest thing here is a part of our application is the perpetual conservation of 70 forested acres that must remain forested. It's a resource protection zone that was included in the supplement we submitted on Friday with the property conservation plan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but most common means that we would be required to mitigate for forest clearing by the DC or US Fish and Wildlife would be conservation of forested area and similar habitat, which we are voluntarily doing. Neither agency required any sort of mitigation effort from us. We're voluntarily donating a perpetual conservation, including these 70 forested acres adjacent. We've added the bat boxes, we've added brush piles outside of the fence, which would be helpful for other species that are not on the threatened and endangered list. We've gone as far as we can here to proactively mitigate for any impacts to plants and animals, threatened, endangered, or otherwise.
I also have a question. If someone came in and bought that and put a house up there and do they have the right to just clear and not have to check for bad habitat?
Yes.
Yes.
Like this whole thing falls through, that's the one thing I get hung up on.
Yeah.
If this whole thing falls through tomorrow and Giardino's decide to clear cut the property from property line to property line, they could still do it. It's hard to swallow 26 acres or whatever the specific number is, but
Yeah, I mean, there's trade-offs, right? This is what we're looking at, even from solar in general, energy in general versus other energy versus cornfield versus forest versus who can see it, who can't see it. You know, there's going to be, you know, where the hosting capacity is for these projects. There's going to be trade-offs. You know, again, it's not something the town has looked for. It's a law that was passed, private owner. You know, I've repeated this several times now. It's private. We didn't go searching for this. A private owner decided to sell or contemplate selling to the applicant. You know, there's been issues raised, but the applicant has done a lot, I think, to mitigate things. Yeah, I don't know at this point, like, you know,
But at one time, Andrew, you said that you were putting up, putting more trees in.
Yeah.
I mean, you were not,
There's 172 trees now on our site plan, so we've covered the entire, there's 3 perimeters, so west and then everything on the west side. We're covering and trees on the outside of the fence, so that with on top of the plantings we already had in the southeast corner, I think it's 172 trees that we're planting as a result of our application.
I mean, it's not the 29 acres, but it's a start.
Right, we're
it's
conserving
something.
70 acres. That's the more substantial mitigation.
So I have a question about how do we know whether and what level of impact there is to species of special concern or conservation need? Because the DEC and the Fish and Wildlife Service wouldn't know what's on that property. So how do we know how we can assess the impact?
George, do you have any comment on?
I would just, in my experience, like, again, unless you have local knowledge that somebody can say there's something there specific, it's just a fishing expedition. To pick on anybody, but that's somebody who loves to write reports about habitat. They don't talk about species, they don't find the species, they just say there's habitat. It's kind of a prostitution of the science, and it does get under my skin, so I apologize. They don't nail things down and give you the hard numbers and get you the information. They pull at heartstrings and they talk about habitat and they try to slow things down and stop projects. And ultimately, the project happens anyway. Again, the DEC and the Fish and Wildlife don't work for developers, they don't work for applicants, they don't work for boards. They are the LORAX, they do speak for the trees, and they chose not to.
No, but I'm
You know what I
asking
mean?
about 7C, which is
Right, but it-
species of special concern. or
Right, and the
conservation.
same people protect that. And they're supposed to be independent of all of us, and they're our experts. And they again chose not to say there's something special there that needs to be protected.
Well, I think,
know,
I think the issue is that they're not allowed onto private land, right? So unless unless the landowner had those agencies come to that property and do a survey, or a biologist, they wouldn't know. The DEC doesn't know what species are on that property. And I think that we don't have the information to be able to answer that, because there could be a whole bunch of one particular species which are on these lists of endangered, and not endangered, but of species of concern or conservation need. We have no idea.
But we could
How
say
do
that
we
about
know?
every application.
I mean, we have their experts who are licensed, right?
But
Just
again,
like,
you could say the exact same
and
thing about
George.
every single application that gets put
Right, but
forth
well,
everywhere,
what
and we
information
never,
do we have?
we never
answer
do
these
that.
questions?
There's 100 species on the special concerns, everything.
Right.
From cottontails to 30
Right.
different dragonfly species.
Right.
If you wanted to have a study for every single one, nothing would happen anywhere, right?
Well, I'm
It's-
just
it's an
asking,
endless
how do
cycle.
we answer this question without the information? How
May
do we know?
Again, I didn't see them, the
May I
biologists
just-
didn't see.
Sorry.
Frank, what's that?
I just wanted to add for context, again, you do have two studies. I mean, one is the Hudsonia study. We also, as is George is more familiar with Hudsonia than we are. But you have two studies. You have the Hudsonia study, and you also have the STV study. So you do have some information. It's not like you have no information. And then also DEC and the state, as you know, has their own mapper and mapper information. So it's not as if DEC and Fish and Wildlife don't have information on the site. They do, and they wrote 2 letters on it. So again, the context of those letters, if they wanted more information, they would have asked for it. They didn't. Those are sign-off letters from DEC and Fish and Wildlife. I'm not excusing, by the way, just because you have those letters doesn't mean that you, the board, should not take a hard look at this issue. I think you should. But I think you do have what amounts to a sign-off from both agencies, and you have 2 studies on the site. So it's not that there's no information on the site, but I think you have to take what you have and look at this, and, take a hard look at that information that you do have, including the 2 letters and the 2 studies, and make a determination on this. How does, for this particular site, in this particular area, how does the board judge this? And I think the agencies, in essence, are leaving it to you, the lead agency. So I think it is up to you, based on what you have.
So you said, besides Helen, because we know what she feels, do we feel that we have enough information to make a decision on this section? Does anyone else speak up before I ask from the board?
No, the only thing I would add, my memory of how much of cornfield is being used for the array, about 30 acres, was it?
It's a little less.
So there's 30 acres that's basically cornfield, and the rest of the year there's nothing on it, no habitat. So there's that's balancing out the others.
All right, it's kind of taking, I won't say half and half. Half taking the ag field and, so, okay, so no one else,
And it was logged 6-7 years ago.
right? So no other member feels that we don't have enough information. Is that correct? Besides Helen? All right, so being that's the case, does anyone feel that this section is a significant adverse impact? And we're gonna,
7, just so.
we're talking about number 7 for flora and fauna or whatever, however they word it here. Plants and animals. Okay, Ethan. Do you feel you have enough information to make a decision? And do you think you have to be on my line? is it adverse? Is any of it raised to an adverse impact?
No,
Vicky?
No.
Steve?
Based on what Frank has said, that these letters are a sign off by these DC and Fish and Wildlife, no, because Hudsonia didn't find anything else there. And they've taken mitigation, like Andrew said, for other things, so I would say no. I was concur.
Okay,
No.
No,
I don't think it does either.
and these, in the secret, this is my thing, in all of the secret questions, they have specific wording. B, any rare, threatened, or endangered species. C, special concern. D, special concern.
Okay.
Substantially, predominant. It's so, well, so that all infers that there would be more, I don't know, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm a no.
it's kind of designed for big projects that would affect a whole lot of territory.
How did you, I just want to get, how did you phrase the question?
And make sure we're not.
I said,
So
I said, do you feel that we have enough information to make? So to make a decision on that section, and that any large impact is not a significant adverse.
So it would be yes, do we have enough information?
Do we not have?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
You have to answer two questions, that's right.
all right, fine.
I just want to make sure everybody's on it.
I said no, intent on no or small impact may occur. That was
Right,
my intent.
and you feel so yes, you have
Yes.
enough information to decide, and you feel the answer is no.
Correct.
Yes and no.
Yes.
Yes, and then, yes, you have enough information.
Yes, I do.
Do you, and your answer is
Yeah, no.
no.
Not significant.
Kate?
Yes.
Yes, and no.
Yes and no.
Sounds like I'm talking to my wife, sorry.
Thank you, thank you, Warren. So then the last thing is the visual impact.
Number 9 is visual impact. On visual impact, we had originally checked this. You can see the 2 yellow marks. We'd originally checked this as moderate to large impact on those 2 areas. We didn't on the on our handout, the latest handout, and the reason was your discussions. You had 2 board meetings with Saratoga Associates. I'm sorry, I forgot the gentleman's name there.
Yeah.
Who presented to you. And I thought as a result of those discussions, that the visual impacts were not as large as not as significant as we had originally thought. We had checked these as moderate to large. It seemed after the presentation, the board's review of that is that the applicant had been somewhat successful on visual impacts. But again, this is a board decision on, impacts on visual. I think you'll all remember the models that the sort of computer renderings that he did. So that's why we checked this the way we did right now, and that is that there are impacts, but we couldn't see from what he presented, which were basically all the places that you had asked people to participate and to indicate to the board where you wanted those view sheds done. And it appeared that they had been, they had taken that information in and went out and did those impacts and then presented them to you. So this is one that we actually felt, had changed with more information and the information that they gave, that it did not appear to be a large impact now, but that's your decision.
Right, and that with all the mitigation that resulted from the changing of the plan. The most recent iteration having pulled back and added trees, larger trees than originally even proposed. and as well as just the original where it's cited. We feel so with taking that all into account. Is the board comfortable with all those no or small impact check marks? So let's, Ethan, are you comfortable with all, as it's written here, with all no small impacts?
Yes.
Vicky?
Yes.
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 Yes. Is there any other sections that,
Yeah, there were only those three sections. And again, when we first started this, as you know, we went through with the board in a couple of meetings, all 18 categories, and narrowed it down to these three categories.
should we go through, just go run right through it one more time?
It's a good idea just to
Yeah.
go over the other section.
All right, let's go up to one.
Okay.
Let's look at this. As currently there's impact on land, but everything is checked no.
No or small impact.
No or small, yes, no or.
So there could be an impact, but we had judged it originally to be
You
small.
answered the question, yes, but then everything was indicated no or small.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Yeah, this question is actually answered yes, the item one, but there were small impacts. Yeah.
We have, do you want me to vote on each one?
No,
yeah.
unless anybody feels,
Okay.
I just want to make sure we covered everything.
Anyone speak up with an objection? Number two, impact on geological features, we just have no, they're not doing any blasting or cutting of the ground. Impacts on surface water.
Again, we thought that there were, and they did go over that in some detail with you. There are some drainage issues, but from the presentation and from looking at the site plan, and I'll defer to George here more because he's your civil engineer, but we felt here that there were impacts. We checked yes, but that they were small.
Does the removal of the trees add anything to the
It does,
water?
and that's included in the stormwater.
And that is included, that's built into the plan.
Calculations in the model.
200-page long.
Okay. That's it. All right, so no objections to that page. Impact on groundwater, it's checked no.
Right. That's, sometimes if there's an aquifer affected, there could be an impact, but we didn't know of any.
And in the plant, yeah, they said they're not gonna use any herbicides.
Yeah.
Impact on flooding, no. Impacts on air, no.
Everybody agrees.
Does everyone's agree?
Yes.
Everyone agrees. Again, speak up within the impacts on air. Does everyone agree? No, no was checked correctly? Agreed. Okay, impact on plants and animals, we just voted on. So let's go to.
Actually,
Oh, what?
I had a plant issue. It was on the mix of wildflowers that were going to be put down. The Hudsonia letter was critical of the mix a little bit because some of the stuff wasn't native plants. Would you just go over that and look at his letter
Yeah,
and?
They adjusted the mix.
we did.
They did,
yeah.
Okay. All right,
They
then-
did.
Added milkweed.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, added, but there was stuff that he said,
And you took out the
Should-
non-native species.
Yeah, we got a whole new.
great, okay, fine, thank you.
Yeah. So
All right, so we voted.
Yeah.
What's this now?
That next one is item 8, impact on agricultural resources. We checked yes, but that the impacts overall were small.
Right, and we never even heard from the farm. We sent notice. Lonan, right? Did they
We
ever?
didn't hear from Agam.
No, yeah, Ag and Markets we heard from, but the actual farmer that's farming the land didn't even. And we heard from Ag and Markets, yeah. Okay, so everyone's comfortable with that being, all right, so now impact on aesthetic resources. This is
We
visual
discussed.
impacts, which we just voted on.
Yep.
Okay. Impact on historic and archaeological resources, no.
Right.
Does everyone agree that that's no? Great. Impact on open space and recreation. Right, no, I mean, it's private land, it's, you know,
Private land.
so that everyone agrees that this is no. Agreed. Okay. There is no critical environmental area.
Well, that's number 12.
Yeah, does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Did I skip? I didn't skip one, right?
No, you're right. I
Oh,
just want to make sure.
Oh, number 12. Okay. Number 13, impact on transportation. That's no, everyone agrees.
Yes.
Impact on energy. We clicked yes, I guess. It's saying that it's gonna increase energy. I mean, it obviously has an effect on
Yeah.
energy, but not using any.
And
What-
it's going
what's up?
to, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
I think just my opinion, it's the use of energy.
Use of, not
No use, yeah. It's almost always.
Oh,
Gonna go no.
increase in the use of any form of energy. Well, you're gonna build it.
Yeah,
And
there's,
point A is the proposed action will require a new or an upgrade to an existing substation, which you yourself may not be doing, but you said that Central Hudson was going to have to make minimal upgrades to the substation.
All right, so yes, but all no or small impact. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Impact on noise, odor, and light. So, we clicked yes. The applicant, built into the plan, a revised, noise plan. And work schedule. By our code, it's required to be non-reflective and there's no lights. So does everyone agree that all those checked no? Wait, where are we? Oh, yeah. okay.
There are no or small impacts.
So, yeah, so it's no or small impact.
Agreed.
Okay. Impact on human health, we clicked no. Everyone agrees with that? Okay, down.
you've done,
And then we voted on these tonight.
Yes.
So with that,
All the
can we, I guess, have a motion to direct the attorney and the planner to draft whatever it is you need to draft?
Frank,
Yeah.
why don't you indicate what you want from the board?
What,
I think.
Frank? Yes, go ahead. Well, I'll just speak to the EAF. From what I'm hearing, then we would prepare a part 3 EAF, which goes through the large impacts and why they do not rise to a significant adverse impact. And then you'll see on the form, it would then check off that it's a negative declaration and that a full environmental impact statement is not necessary. That's what happens with the form. And I presume then when we do a draft of that, we would send it to the board and Warren. And Warren, you know, I defer to Warren here, but Warren would do a resolution for the board. And the resolution, you know, I think the resolution and the form itself need to be detailed in terms of, you know, we need a little time because I think this is it's a very important project for the town, and there's attorneys on the other side and there's attorneys on all sides. So I think it needs to be a thorough part 3 and a thorough resolution so that it shows the hard look, which I think you have taken a hard look. You spent a lot of time on this, and that the form show that, and that the resolution show it.
And where does all the stuff go in that we talked about slotting in the plan, all the mitigation that was built into the plan now? Like that'll go in the appendices?
Yeah, I think it would be a part 3 with appendices. And that's the way we've done it in some other towns. And actually, what I'm pleased with here is the applicant has now publicly said on a couple of occasions, plus sent in the material that they're committed to. So we're saying, we would be saying in part 3, the proposed action includes all of the things they've committed to. And I think then once you make that neg deck, only then would I go on to the special permit and site plan. And at that point, by the way, there are special permit requirements that they also have to comply with. They're very similar in many of them to these environmental ones, but not all of them. So I think once you get through the neg deck, then until you do a neg deck, there is no agency, including the ZBA, that can take any action on this application. So I think, that's the first step. And I think you've given us direction tonight on what to do as this step, the next step, the part 3 on the EAF with the neg deck. And that would end your seeker consideration, and it allows the ZBA to consider any variances that this applicant's asked for. And then it allows you to go on and then consider the special permit. And as you know, even though state law, the model state law does not ask for a tier 3 to be a special permit, the town board made it a special permit so that you have the ability now to make as list as conditions of the special permit, everything the applicant has committed to.
All right, so do we need to vote to
So,
direct
yeah,
you
let me
guys?
Just make sure I got it right. So what Frank had said, just so I can paraphrase, at this point, we just need a straw vote from the board as to whether you want the consultant working in conjunction with the attorney to the town and our engineer to work on a part to supplement and part 3 analysis, which would result in a negative declaration. You actually wouldn't vote on it officially until that work is done and it's brought before you for consideration. But we do need to have some direction so we don't, because it's going to be a fairly serious effort, and it will take some time for us to work on that and get it back to the board. So we do want to have some direction from the board tonight. But you're not bound. You can always change your mind at a later point. So if we could take a vote on the board members.
All right, so do we need a motion?
Yeah, it'd be a motion to direct the consultants to work on a part 2 and a part 3 analysis and supplement to with an eye towards a seeker negative declaration.
So moved.
Second.
Ethan?
Yes.
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 I also vote aye. Okay,
So it's going to take us a little while.
August, we're not, August, we're not.
August of this year or?
Yeah.
Yes,
August this year.
And do we have a date?
our August meeting is
When is your August meeting?
Second Wednesday.
Second Wednesday.
9th, is it? August 9th? What, that's bad?
I might just
Oh.
stay.
You can stay in your.
On the 7th.
August 9th is the second.
That's your birthday?
That's our regular pound.
That's the regular day.
So
What
August-
Andrew has a question.
Would you be able to continue the public hearing for the site plan, special use at the July 26th meeting?
Did you see
No,
how
because we
many?
don't have it.
Did you see how many? First of all, we haven't gotten to that stage yet. And second of all, I mean, it's technically, that portion is continued now. And we have not, until we actually vote on the neg deck, we're not getting to that portion of the application. Did you agree with
I
that?
think we determined that the better, I mean, there's 2 ways of proceeding on this. You could hold up the neg deck and then do the neg deck and the site plan and special permit at the same time. We had discussed it internally. And we thought that the better way to proceed would be to, when I say we, I mean Frank, the better way to proceed would be to if you're going to neg deck it, issue your negative declaration. We have that in place. And then the site plan and special permit would be probably done fairly quickly with one more public hearing for the public to weigh in on those particular site plan and special permit issues, because they're a little bit different from the seeker.
And technically that hearing is already out there because when we noticed the original public hearing and we included the site plan. and public-
Absolutely. When you notice the public hearing, you noticed it both, you actually know, you didn't notice for the seeker because there is no
Right.
requirement of holding a public hearing on the seeker. So it was noticed for the special permit and site plan. 99.9% of the application of the comments were secret comments.
Right.
So,
And that was the motion from 2 Saturdays ago, was to end the seeker comments.
So you heard everybody, yeah,
But
so
everything else
once
stayed
we
open.
do that neg deck and vote on that and it goes through, then we will move on to working on. To set, I guess, the public hearing for the site. plan.
We're not asking for determination on site plan or special use until
I
I'm
think
just asking for
Yeah.
looking for feedback from the public and also from the planning board on those two criteria specifically.
Yeah, you saw what my meeting looks like in July that we barely could even schedule, right? So like, I know it's the end of July anyway. It's only like 2 weeks more and we'll work on your thing. I'm sorry. It's just we can do, again, they're gonna need that time to draft the thing.
Sure.
And it's not like people can't look online and see
And they
the
could still
the
send,
site plan.
and they could still email stuff in. This whole time.
Or in the zoning, or in the zoning.
I have a submission that I'll send on specifically on special use and site plan. I expect it's actually something George will probably be taking the closest look at. Would it be okay if I submitted and potentially get feedback from George at the July meeting? I don't expect that.
You have a problem with that, Warren?
What,
He wants to submit to. Chair, Andrew, tell him what you want to send.
We're just gonna submit a supplement, Warren, on how our application complies with
Sure.
special use and site plan, and then we'd like to get feedback from the board at the July meeting, if that's.
I don't know that you'll get feedback, but certainly submit it.
I'm not, no, we're not getting feedback on July, maybe once if we go through the thing and then
Could be written feedback, you know, saying we're just here to.
from, you can get it from our consultant, but not.
It'll likely be George.
Right, that if he wants to respond, then the consultant can respond.
You guys. and-
Right, and then you can, and then we'll read it. But we're not, I know what, you're not on the agenda for July, I'm sorry, I
just really like
do
you
you-
guys.
I know, you want to spend another 7 hours with it, whatever.
It's a great
6
drive
hours.
up here.
All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor? Suppose, all right, thank you everyone very much.
Bye
I'm
there.
so
Bye.
sorry, this was.